Last 38 years as family physician with Sexology at Ghatkopar West in Mumbai. I welcome both the chairpersons and I request to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Mikhail.
आपण असा हलवतो ना फोकस ते होतं मग परत ते ऑटो फोकस होतं.
Today, first speaker is Dr. Mithali Srivastava. She has completed MBBS MD Biochemistry from Pondicherry University. She found the stark vacuum that exists in the field of women's wellness, especially in sexual medicine. She has completed Medical Sexual Sciences correspondence course in 2017, and she also completed European Society for Sexual Medicine School training at Budapest, Hungary in 2022. She has always held a passion for women's wellness, who relentlessly works to create awareness about sexual health in women and couples. She is currently pursuing the fellowship in sexual medicine, JSS University Mysore, and practices at Sheetal Women's Hospital, Ahmedabad. Dr. Mithali Srivastava.
चालेल नव्हतं ना మళ్ళీ ఎప్పుడు వస్తాను लगेच
I can use this. Do we need what? Hi, I am Dr. Mithali and हमने 15 मिनट का टाइमर लगाया. Put a timer for 15 minutes so I don't exceed the time. I kind of knew we'll be presenting on an MP auditorium. Thank you for coming early. You will not hear it in the bedroom. Thank you for coming early. So, yeah, my topic is genetics and epigenetics in sexual medicine. It's a very dry topic. I've tried to keep it small and get right into it. Okay, you've heard of genetics. Have you heard of epigenetics? You've heard of epigenetics. So, genetics is basically what we already have, our DNA. Epigenetics is what happens to our DNA, what the environment does to the DNA. And then this DNA that has been altered can be inherited. So that is epigenetics. It's relatively recent and there's a lot of research going on into it. So we already know that genetics is, heritability. Heritability is genetic, but not all of genetics is heritable. Same way, for epigenetics, it is the study of heritable traits, the changes that are made to the DNA that can be inherited. But the main DNA, the main sequence of the DNA is not impacted. An example would be the change in the identical appearance of twins. So this is me and my sister. We are identical twins and we were so similar that our parents would get confused. And obviously, and then this is us around I think some 7-8 years back. So you can see that we look different. That is epigenetics. Then there's something called as nature and nurture. Such a lot of research on it, such a lot of talk on it, right? So nature is what we already have. Nurture is what happens after we're born, what happens to us as we grow up, right? Why do we need to understand it? Because we need to know what the environment does to us, what our genetics does to us, and what it leads to, the way it impacts the disorders that we have, that we develop later on, and to what degree each of this can affect, and how we can treat it. Because when we know what the environment is doing to us, we can take a preventive stand. And when we know the genetics, again, that will help in prevention. Then, this is how nature and nurture impact the development of a phenotype. We are born with a particular genetic build-up. It gives us a genotype. And then we develop a phenotype based on the environment that we are exposed to, based on how we grew up, developmental issues, etc. So an example, how I would like to explain this is not everyone who has a genetic predisposition for female sexual dysfunction is going to end up with female sexual dysfunction. And not everybody who is exposed to an environment that is going to give them female sexual dysfunction ends up with female sexual dysfunction. You need both. You need a genetic predisposition and you need the environmental aspects. That way you can understand that genetics and environment both are equally important in the development of a particular clinical trait or a phenotype. Then what are the types of studies that are used to conduct these genetic researches? One is GWAS, that is genome-wide association studies. The next is candidate gene association studies. It is all very complicated. I'll try to simplify it for you. Now, genome-wide association studies run through the entire human genome, whatever is known till now, that's around 3.1 billion base pairs. So that's a very heavy data. And if you're doing a GWAS, you're basically you're taking a group of people who have female sexual dysfunction, for example, and you're reading and running their entire genome, and you're looking for similarities in these people. And then you'll find, okay, all of these people have a particular mutation at this particular position. That is a genome-wide association study. It is very expensive, it is very difficult to do, and the most common obstacle, the most practical obstacle here is that it's very expensive because you're running through the entire human genome. What happens with candidate gene association studies? You already know that, okay, in female sexual dysfunction, this particular dopamine receptor is involved. So let's look at this in this bunch of people. You already know what you're looking for, so you're not going to run through the entire human genome. So that makes it a little easier. It is a little less expensive than GWAS. So the problem here is you should know what you're looking for. You should know exactly what location, what gene you're looking for. You can run it. The other types of studies that used to be done, that are still being done, are animal behavioral studies, human studies, and twin studies. In animal behavioral studies, the thing is, they have, in response to a very simple stimulus, you can see their sexual behavior, especially in sexual medicine, right? So the research that you do here, there is lordosis in animals. So it is very easy. You knock out a gene in that animal and then you start looking for, you stimulate them. Something that would have stimulated sexual behavior disappears. That means you are at the right gene that way. So that is knockout practice. And this is generally done in mice. It is very easy to look for their lordosis. So that way animal behavioral studies are easily done, but you have to do the same findings in humans again, and that is obviously difficult. Twin studies they compare monozygotic twins and dizygotic twins. Monozygotic twins are identical, dizygotic twins are fraternal. Then, in what ways does genetics impact sexual medicine? Sexual development, like we all know, we get our sexual development from inside the womb, intrauterine. The development has already started. Sexual behaviors, male sexual dysfunction and female sexual dysfunction. So these are clinical conditions which have established genetic background. You all have already studied this, you worked on it, you maybe treated some patients of this. There is the constitutional delay of puberty, 47XXY, 45XO, Kalman, and 5-alpha reductase deficiency. These are common, very well known, established, right? Then, factors responsible for establishment of determinants of sexual orientation and identity. This is a part of sexual development when we are growing up. So there are genetic factors, endocrine factors, environmental factors, and these factors together, they also work on the differentiation of central nervous system structures that are involved in the development of sexual identity, orientation, etc. An example for that would be the age at menopause is not decided by any other factor. It only depends on your mother's age at menopause. Nothing else, the lactation, the number of deliveries you had, nothing else is going to decide natural menopause. Mostly, significantly depends on your biological mother's age at menopause. So, what are the known aspects of sexual behavior that are impacted by genetics? Sexual orientation, age at coitarchy, fidelity, propensity for marriage, commitment, multiple mating, desire and arousal. These are all established factors that have a significant genetic background, although research is already going on in these fields to locate the exact genes that do this. Riskier sexual behavior is associated with dopamine receptor. Just remember, it is associated with the gene that works that encodes the dopamine receptor. Marital satisfaction and pair bonding commitment is involved with the vasopressin 1A gene. Now remember, the gene is huge, massive, and there is just a very small location where this particular, nucleotide or particular set of molecules is involved. It's not the entire gene that's doing this. So whatever is involved, at what point this particular allele is there, it is very, very focused on this particular sexual function. Remember that. And dopamine, as we all know, dopamine, serotonin, these are important players in sexual medicine, sexual behavior, sexual dysfunction. So this also is involved. DRD4, it is all dopamine receptors, right? DRD4. So it has many locations which are involved with sexual behavior and sexual dysfunction. And what are the known aspects of male sexual dysfunction that have, a genetic background? Contribution by genes, right? Erectile dysfunction, PE, premature ejaculation, cardiovascular risk, Peyronie's disease, priapism, and infertility. Cardiovascular risk, this has been recent, and a lot of research is coming up. It depends on the androgen receptor. There's something called as the CAG repeat. So this CAG, the number of times it comes, if it comes more than 7 times, CAG, like that. If it comes more than 7 times, these people have their androgen receptor, the gene which encodes for it. So this type of genetic build-up is going to predispose them, is going to make them vulnerable to the development of more cardiovascular diseases. So that, there is a genetic contribution to even CVD. When we talk about erectile dysfunction, because we all love to talk about erectile dysfunction, right? So there are 2 ways in which genetics can contribute to ED. So there is peripherally acting and genetic components that are centrally acting. So centrally acting, it's the melanocortin receptor pathway, and peripherally acting, obviously the enzymes, the molecules that help in erection that are involved in the function. When these get affected, like ENOS, like endothelial nitric oxide synthase, ACE, and TGF-B1, these factors, there is no point going into detail, you're not going to remember it anyway, only when you study you'll remember it. So these factors, just remember that genetics can impact both peripherally and centrally. But there is more research on the peripheral because that's exactly where we are developing drugs. That's exactly where we are planning to treat and do treatment. And when we talk about PE, there is a role of various components, obviously. Neurobiological role in premature ejaculation is more significant than the psychological role. So that is why when you treat a patient with PE with drugs, it works better instead of psychotherapy. You can use both, definitely. But drugs work better in PE. PE has a 28% genetic heritability pattern. They have compared it with delayed ejaculation. Can you guess whether delayed ejaculation, what is the percentage delayed ejaculation has for heritability? Delayed ejaculation. 0. It does not have a genetic heritability pattern. Only PE has it. Delayed ejaculation cannot be inherited. It is purely psychogenic. This is what genetic studies say till now. We'll probably find more studies that will, say this is nonsense. So when genetic influence on ejaculation, like I told you, PE has a 28% heritability, the delayed ejaculation has no heritability. Genetic component in PE is supposed to be related to the serotonin receptor, serotonin, okay? And genetic component in lifelong PE, someone who has never had normal time of ejaculation, they have always had premature ejaculation. So there is a particular mutation, polymorphism, we call it polymorphism, again in the serotonin 1B receptor. Serotonin is involved in premature ejaculation. Serotonin receptors are affected when we are talking about the genetics of PE. Then male infertility, impaired testicular function due to chromosomal abnormalities. There is a whole list of them, chromosomal abnormalities that are going to lead to infertility in males. Something new that gynecologists, andrologists regularly check for, is Y chromosome microdeletions. Did you know that Y chromosomes are disappearing? Yes? So yeah, you have a few million years left, males.
What will women do?
We have fun, sir. We can have fun with each other. That is just few million years, sir. We will die by it.
Men will be dispensable.
Yes. But Y chromosome microdeletions, then people start.
The function of men is to tolerate sperm, nothing else.
Yes, sir. But then from where will we get sperms? That is another question, no? Y chromosomes are gone, from where will we get sperms? We'll find a solution for that question. We'll probably start cloning or something. True, yes, that is true, very true, sir. Similar things have not been seen in the X chromosome.
Parthenogenesis will occur where male gamete is not required. There are many plants who have this phenomenon of
Parthenogenesis. Very nice. So I was just trying to, women are the stronger sex, but you all already know that and believe that, right? So yeah. So Y chromosome microdeletions, we check for them regularly, especially in cases of male infertility. I'll tell you where. Congenital absence of vast difference due to the mutation in CFTR gene. Now, Y chromosome microdeletions, not all microdeletions are going to render a person completely infertile. There is a particular AZFC, there is AZFA, AZFB and AZFC. Now, AZFC Y microdeletions, these people are suitable candidates for sperm retrieval. For them, we can extract, we can use this person's sperm to make a baby with IVF for that particular couple. That is why we look for Y chromosome microdeletions. When is genetic testing recommended? When there is severe oligozoospermia, less than 5 million sperms per ml. And what genetic testing is recommended? Karyotyping, CFTR, Y chromosome. Karyotyping is, it's a very unique, the test is very unique, the result that you get is very unique. If possible, if you can see it somewhere, then definitely go, go further, study karyotyping further. It's very, very interesting. You'll feel so small, like the universe is big and you're so small. You'll see your entire DNA printed, all 46XY. Thank you. What are the known aspects of female sexual dysfunction that are impacted? Orgasmic dysfunction, sexual pain disorders, arousal and desire dysfunction, and disturbed sexual response cycle. Then, again, we have the lovely dopamine receptor come in picture here again. So, dopamine is involved in a lot of ways in sexual dysfunction and sexual, response cycles. Then, for orgasmic dysfunction, chromosome 10, you just remember chromosome 10. It has different, locations which are associated with lubrication levels. These can be inherited. That is a proven study. Sexual pain, this has been researched only in perimenopausal women, in people who have VVS. So vulvovestibulitis syndrome, the pain and burning, right? So for them it has been found in interleukin 1b gene. This is an expected finding because interleukin 1b is, it is involved in inflammatory responses, etc. And this is there is only one genome-wide association study that's been done in female sexual dysfunction. So it has found SNP. What is SNP? Single nucleotide polymorphism. Single location, there's only one nucleotide. You remember in the DNA you have C, A, G and stuff. So there's only one set that's changing. Okay. So in chromosome 6, they found SNPs which are associated with sexual arousal levels. Chromosome 22, overall sexual function. Then there's another thing that post-SSRI sexual dysfunction points strongly to the involvement of serotonin receptors in human sexual behavior. They are also involved in reward-related behaviors, right? So I'm done, this is done, but I just want to talk to you about something. I think I have 2 or 3 minutes? Yes, nice, great, I finished on time. Yay. Okay, so the problem with genetic research that we are doing is that we are trying to understand male and female sexual dysfunction in the same way. When you look at male sexual dysfunction, the genetic research that's been done, it is classified PE, delayed ejaculation, then erectile dysfunction. When you look at female sexual dysfunction, arousal disorder, desire disorder, right? And then there's lubrication. Female sexual dysfunction is studied as aspects of function. They are not studied as particular disorders. Vaginismus is inherited. No, you will not find any such finding. Lubrication inherited, nice, okay, that is there. Menopause inherited, like the age at menopause, like that. But you cannot study female sexual dysfunction and male sexual dysfunction the same way because they are 2 completely different ways of development. Do you understand? Like these are conditions and these are functions. You cannot study them in the same way. So until these things are said and we have standardized scales, you know what scales to choose for PE, you know what scales to use for ED. But do we know what to use for vaginismus? No. There is no set, there is no protocol. So we need to develop protocols to be able to understand, standardize internationally how we are watching and how we are assessing the development of these disorders. The second thing is we need funding for genetic research because we don't have means. People don't know how genetic research is done. So that is something we need to be taught from graduate level, from MBBS. We need more of information about how genetic research is done. Why we need it? Do you know why ED is so famous? We have so many drugs. Viagra came into the picture and it's been booming since. It's because there's so much research in it. My time is done and I'm also done. So yeah, but there's so much research in ED because we know from where it's coming. We know the core of ED. Genetically, psychologically, in all ways, in all possible ways we know it. So we'll try and do the same with female sexual dysfunction also. And I think we'll get better at it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Priyaranjan Nandi. He is one person who is a urologist with Soldier, and he is with us is with great pleasure. He has done MBBS, MS, and MSc urology, serving in armed force for more than 3 decades. Have experience of serving in world highest battlefield of Siachen Glacier. Presently serving in Command Hospital, Kolkata as a urologist and endocrinologist. His project Sexual Rehabilitation in Spinal Cord, Injured Patient and Their Spouses, carried out at the Paraplegic Rehabilitation Center, Khirki, Pune, was well acclaimed. He was awarded first prize in Progress Section USI, New Zealand 2005. He was felicitated with USI Member Travel Fellowship in 2010. He has a many national and international publications to his credit. He is a recognized PG teacher of NUHS Nasik, KGNU Lucknow, and WHUHS Kolkata, author of best-selling non-fiction One Day for Joy. Yesterday he just released that book. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson sir. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yeah, I would fail in my duty if I don't thank the audience who had made an effort to come early morning after a very nice party by the organizer, Raju Bhai and his able team. It was nice to see them in the front row, and I'm really honored and humbled to stand before such an august gathering. At the onset, I would like my alma mater, Armed Forces Medical College, Pune. So Pune is very close to my heart, and yesterday Raj Brahmavat sir presented about Osho, and I had the privilege of attending his lecture in 1985, and it is really mind-blowing. He is the man, he could sell ice to Eskimos. It's really, and now this, my command hospital, which is my place, City of Joy. And I have a small disclosure. As an author of One for Joy, a unique exploration of EMI, this EMI acronym coined by myself, extramarital intimacy, I have extensively dwelled on human sexuality, monogamy, adultery, and evolutionary perspective. And what Dr. Mitali spoke, it is also there in my book, all these genes and all. So it is available in one of the outside. If you have an interest, you can go through it. This is the book. Certain interesting reads before I thought on this topic. Being an army man, I always thought we should be, we were used to going to unknown territories. So to dwell upon penis, the evolution of penis, the andrologist perspective. So certain interesting reads, like Thinking Fast and Slow by Kahneman. He got a Nobel Prize recently. I realized that we must be more aware as a species. And as an andrologist, I considered penis should be the best organ to dwell upon fast, because it is the most diverse. In diversity and unity, penis is the organ. It is so diverse among all, but there is an unity. So it is the best example of unity in diversity. And another very good book, if you people who are interested must go through, Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins. It described a new phase of the theory of evolution, rendering a gene-side view of the life. And this Sapiens, a brief history of humankind, a very nice series. He said, we study history not to know the future, but to widen our horizons and to understand that our present situation is neither natural nor inevitable, and that we consequently have many more possibilities before us than we imagine. And though this is not related, it's another very good line in that book. You need to know a lot about your own tiny field of expertise, but for the vast majority of life's necessities, you rely blindly on the help of other experts whose own knowledge is also limited to a tiny field of expertise. as Kothari sir always used to say, that it is a inevitable year for the ignorance. It is so that introduction, the study of human evolution goes deeper than just bones and stones. The story of evolution is all about adaptation. The species who learn to adapt survives. And the same is true for organs. And penis being a principal male organ, its evolution is also the story of survival of the fittest. Sexual selection is the principal driver of penile evolution. Charles Darwin has mentioned it for the organs, and he said for all organs. So, way back in 1871. What is sexual selection? It is basically a mechanism of evolution by which members of one biological sex choose mate of other sex to mate with. That is intersexual selection. And another thing is they compete with the members of the same sex for access to the members of the opposite sex, which is intrasexual selection. Two general modes are there. One is the mate choice and the mate competition. So they say female chooses and the male chases. According to sexual selection, the success rate of male fertilization is influenced by the genital morphology. So basically there are two types, pre-copulatory and post-copulatory. The pre-copulatory, that is the male-male competition, and the female, they have to choose. And post-copulatory, there is a sperm competition. So there will be sperm from lot of males and the female has a cryptic choice to make. So that is the sexual selection. And what is sperm competition? As I said, it occurs when sperm from two or more males compete to fertilize one single ovum. In internal fertilizers like humans, such situation arises when females store sperms from more than one male or multiple matings occur in quick succession with multiple partners. Sperm competition has been an important event in the evolution of penis. As we'll see, as an intromittent organ, it would enable males to place more sperms near the ova, thereby outcompeting its rivals. And larger the testis, being associated with more sperm production and the more sperm competition and less monogamy. The greater the sperm competition via promiscuous or polyandrous mating, the larger the testis size relative to the body weight. By polyandrous mating is basically one male will have that multiple females, that harem style of polyandrous. So this is a schematic representation. If you can see in the right hand corner, that is the gibbons. Their body size are quite large, but the testis size is very small. The one inside is the testis size. These are the one in the inside is the testis size. This is one of the chimpanzee which has a very large compared to the body size of the great ape. So this I will be just explaining, and the humans come somewhere in between the two. So testis size reflects the sperm competition. These chimps, they have the largest testis. It weighs more than 1/3 of its brain's weight. Reason you know why? It is they have sex all the time with any females and with any exclusives. So their testis is the largest. On the other hand, the gorillas, though the body is large, as I showed you in that picture, the body is large, but they have a small testis. Reason again, because the female are monogamous and these males are the polygynous, that is the harem system of mating. So we human come somewhere in between. The comparative anatomy, unlike humans, chimpanzees and bonobo penises are filiform, that is tapered at the end with no visible glans penis. The bonobos also have two small lobes at the tip of their filiform penis. And the shape evolved due to co-evaluation with a large sexual swelling in the females of these species, which greatly increases the distance between the vaginal opening and the cervix. So indirectly, and the chimpanzees and bonobos also use their penises to display it to the females. This is the comparative anatomy, and the last one is the one which I showed of the chimpanzees. The cryptic female choice, which I said, when more than one male sperm are inside, there is selective or biased sperm storage is there. It also depends on the male's ability to stimulate the female and induce orgasm during copulation. This can affect the sperm retention. So, if there is a penis can stimulate the female and produce orgasm in the female, then it will help in retaining the sperm. So that's how this, in the evolution, this started. Across the groups of mammals, penis form is correlated with the testis size. It is a measure of the strength of the post-copulatory sexual selection. More sperm inseminated frequently means more paternity. Larger testes produce more sperms and is evolved to match sperm competition. This is just the evolutionary journey of the penis in primates. Now coming to that, the mushroom-shaped design of the penis is a product of millions of years of evolution, fine-tuned for reproductive success and sexual pleasure. Bell or acorn-shaped glands is an indicative of the promiscuous phase of our evolutionary past. And as I said, this is, I have dealt in my book also, the smooth penis is the result of adopting more monogamous reproductive strategy in early hominids. Before humans began wearing clothes, penis size influenced the female choices. Now, there are two theories, and this paper, it is on the basis of development of the glans. It is just last year's paper. They have said that nature innovated acorn-shaped glans with a coronal ridge, and the diameter of the glans where it meets the shaft is wider than the shaft. The result in the coronal ridge that runs around the circumference of the shaft of the penis. Right. So this is the basic anatomy. The thrusting action during the intercourse creates a vacuum in the female reproductive tract, and the vacuum pulls any previously deposited semen away from the ovum, thus adding the fresh sperm to fertilize. That's sperm competition. Upon ejaculation, head of penis shrinks in size before any loss of tumescence in the shaft, thus preventing removal of the fresh semen. And as with all theories, there another theory has been given which is called parting squeeze. After ejaculation, as the penis withdraws from the vagina, the female introitus involuntarily squeezes the urethra. Right? So in this way, along with the parting squeeze, contracted introitus extracts the last bit of semen. And a close fit between the complementary genital structures are thereby essential for copulatory success. And this phenomena was highlighted by Watson way back in 4th century BC. The three categories of male external genitalia and three categories of female external genitalia. So way back, Watson had the foresight to dwell upon this, that a close fit between complementary genital structures are essential for a copulatory success. Well, now comes the actually, what is baculum or the penis bone? It is Latin. The baculum word is for stick or staff. That is a stick. Staff is the one which the collies carry, that same baton. Baculum or os penis is the bone found within the penis of majority of the mammals and including all primates except us. Only two types of monkeys don't have it, but rest all have it. Well, evolved in the mammals between 145 and 95 million years ago after the split between the placental and non-placental mammals. It is an isolated bone derived from the connective tissue located at the distal end of the penis above the urethra. That's why even the field today, if you remember the origin of this baculum, they say fractured penis. Penis doesn't have a bone, but the word fractured penis has come because our ancestors used to have a bone. The baculum allows for a longer penetration and keeps the urethra open. Usually present in animals that make more than 3 minutes. The 3 minutes, and that's how the definition of in PE, the lifelong and acquired, the 3 minutes criteria has come. And polygamous mating system with intense competition for fertilization. Right? And the seasonal breeders, unlike us, the seasonal breeders, they have this. And the primates with the higher levels of post-copulatory sexual competition have longer penis bone. So there was an article in 2016 decoded why humans lost their penis bone. The day I read this was in Times of India. And being a Fauji, my hand thoda hatke as Raj Manmohan sir says na, Osho ka lecture sune हुए थे 84 में थोड़ा हटके. From that day I started thinking, why did this bone go and why did it go? So that's how I read. And when Raju Bhai gave an opportunity, I said, this will be one of the best places. I must thank the people who are coming. They are making an effort. So humans evolved monogamy as a reproductive strategy, reduced the risk of females mating with rival males. Right? So this has allowed the humans to get away with a shorter population time. And that 3 minutes criteria. So they don't have the high levels of post-copulatory sexual competition in the humans. Thus, they lost it over the course of evolution around 1.9 million years ago after the split from the chimpanzees. So till the chimpanzees, they have a bone, though in various shapes and sizes. And so this baculum is the most diverse bone in the evolutionary advantage of this loss of bone is for locomotion in upright animals also. So someone's loss is someone's gain, as they say. The male's loss is a female's gain. You will ask how? This is there in the selfish gene by Richard Dawkins, if you read. The humans have an hydraulic pumping system for erection, vasocongestion and all. Yesterday, one diabetologist gave a long lecture. So penis as a barometer of heart. I have presented this paper also, and this is a very well-known paper. That today if the penis is crying for attention, but the vessels are so small, 10 years down the line your heart vessels will cry for attention. So it's a very interesting article. I have published it also, this penis as a barometer of heart. So the original article was from Australia. Well, with natural selection, females try to gather all sorts of clues about their male partners, their health and the manhood. So if there would have been a bone, the females they could have been deceived. So bone will be always rigid. So to do away with that, God helped the females and the bone disappeared. So selection pressure from females made males to lose their os penis. And only a genuinely healthy and strong male could present a really stiff erection, which could have been not there with the bones. So this is one theory given by Richard Dawkins in his famous book, Selfish Gene. Well, where did that bone go? It has become the distal ligament of penis, which is the end part. Sorry, my thing is not working. This end is called the distal ligament of penis, and it is similar to the baculum of primates. It connects the corpora, glands to the corpora. Otherwise, the glands would be too weak to bear the buckling pressure during coitus, too limber to maintain an efficacious passage of the ejaculate, and there would be poor transmission of intracorporeal pressure. And this baculum is the one which gave the forethought of starting this penile processes, this bone thing. And way back in 73, Brantley Scott had developed the first processes, which is way ahead of this PDE5 inhibitor which came, I think, 98 or something. So 71, that is the time. And lastly, with the thing, genes for genitals, which has been extensively covered by Mrs. Mitali, the loss of a particular chunk of non-coding DNA that influences expression of this androgen receptor gene involved in hormonal signaling, and 510 DNA sequencing that missing in the humans, which are present in the chimps, with whom we share 99% of our DNA. With the gorillas, we share around 98%, and with orangutans, we share around 97%. But so close yet so far, we are so different from them. So this is this 510 DNA sequencing missing in humans. 510 DNA sequencing. Well, so our ancestors, even up to the chimpanzees, they had these spines in their penis, and the spines gradually disappeared. The small but fascinating fact of a bigger picture about the evolution of human specific traits. Sex would be very different proposition for humans if the human penis had the spikes. So this is the advantage of you can well imagine with the spikes in your penis, but those were the thing they had done because of those two sperm competitions and all. So they say this lifestyle evolution, I am coming towards the end, so often with a very good idea, it seems almost obvious in the hindsight. So someone like Osho thinks and then the world learns about it. So to conclude, one of the holy grails of modern biology is the linking phenotype with the genotype. Establishing the link offers the potential to realize the full promise of the omic era. And despite large variation in penis forms, it has a relatively simple function of sperm delivery and stimulation of females. So this simplicity can make the shape and size of penis an excellent trait to make the link. The genes for genital. Applying genomic approaches, we can generate data needed fully to understand and manipulate this extraordinarily viable organ. So this is the future. So our ancestors made the world what it is, and we can now decide what it will become. Human beings are the most absurd of the God's creation. Once we accept our limits, we go beyond them. And this is one of my favorite slides. I am a paratrooper myself, so they say once we accept our limits, we go beyond them. And my wish to you all, be with the God, and may God be with you. Thank you. And again, Raj Mohammed sir said, Osho had signed in so many languages, I can at least just copied thanks from so many languages. Thank you.
To Dr. Priyaranjan Nandi for excellent presentation. I invite next speaker and chairperson of this conference, Dr. Rajendra Sate. Dr. Rajendra Sate is a renowned physician, counselor, researcher and sexologist and fellow of Council of Sex Education and Parenthood International. His research focuses on neurotransmitters and sexual response with a key paper titled Next-Strain Induced Augmentation of Sexual Response in Men, published in Archives of Medical Research in 2001, for which he received the coveted CSCPH Silver Lab Award. In 2007, he introduced the concept of sexual burnout syndrome at the World Association of Sexology conference. He is attending majority of CSCPA conferences since 1991, including the 3 ASEC conferences in USA and WAS conference in Paris, Singapore. Dr. Rajendra Sate has been faculty at national and international conferences. Dr. Rajendra Sate.
Good morning, delegates. I'm glad to see all of you back today after a fantastic day yesterday. I hope you enjoyed the orchestra and I could see all of you were really enjoying and dancing. So now I'm going to start my presentation for today, where I'll be discussing sequential and real-time neurotransmitter action in sexual arousal, orgasm and beyond. So, understanding human sexual behavior and function has been an enigma and a subject of intense research. Modern medicine has recently revealed that neurotransmitters, neuromodulators and neurohormones play a crucial role in regulating human sexual response and behavior. During solo and partnered sexual activity are the above mentioned and collectively called neurochemicals microprocessed in real time within the human body and the brain. How and why do these changes that are observed and reported whilst having any kind of a sexual act happen? Researchers have identified the role and the effect of many such individual neurochemicals, their specific sphere of action and influence on emotions, actions and many other events in human life. I will focus on the action during the entire event of sex, that is from sexual grounding to arousal to orgasm and the subsequent refractory period. And for this I am trying to use the simplest possible terms. Can neurotransmitters act sequentially and in real time? In a computer, the data is obtained as it is coming from various input devices like cameras, microphones, touchpads, keyboards, etc. Today, we have all this equipment which is being used to digitally microprocess data that is happening in this event, and it's being fed live across the world in the YouTube format. So, but that sequence is very important, which means that in a live cricket match, there always will be the first ball will be shown first and the last ball will be shown last. It cannot happen that the last ball will be shown first and the first ball will be shown last. Okay, so this is like you cannot experience the climax first and then the arousal. So this is what I'm trying to focus on here. Our brain is our main sex organ, and it's not between the upper thighs that where we think that the action happens. The main action happens within the brain. Furthermore, these neurotransmitters like dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin and endorphins, which have been shown, are the chief but not the only important neurotransmitters in the sexual response. In addition to vision, thoughts, fantasies, past experiences, and significantly impact the sexual function and satisfaction. Also, the brain connects and governs the body by coordinating responses, making it essential for a fulfilling sexual experience. So, the process of sexual grounding, as Dr. Prakash Kothari had said yesterday, it starts with the visual sound or a positive emotional input as desired by the individual. So, unless that input comes in and it is desired, the grounding will not happen. And this is the excitatory neurotransmitter glutamate, which is really responsible for the early action of neurochemical and exponential increase of sexual desire in men and women. Following this, there is a sudden release of epinephrine and non-epinephrine that triggers the increase in heart rate and blood pressure. If the action of the above-mentioned neurochemicals is not stopped, then it leads to intense sexual arousal. The subsequent release of the neurotransmitter highlighted over here is nitric oxide. It relaxes the endothelium and allows the arteries to carry more blood throughout the body, more particularly to the sex organs of the man and the woman, where it causes erection in men and vaginal flushing in the women. In an almost simultaneous way, the dopamine action also is initiated, and the feelings of pleasure and reward, which are associated with the dopamine's brain reward system, are activated in the sexual desire. Its release enhances motivation and anticipation, often referred to as a dopamine rush. This neurotransmitter is involved in reinforcement and is a driving force for pursuing sexual activity. Concurrent with this, small amounts of serotonin are also released, and this is the key regulator for mood and joyfulness. It contributes to feelings of happiness, and serotonin has a very strange and a dual role in sexual function. In low levels, it can enhance sexual desire by promoting happiness, whereas in very high levels, it can cause feelings of satisfaction, and actually that may reduce the sexual motivation. Then the next neurotransmitter highlighted over here is oxytocin. So this also plays a crucial role in the system. It increases physical closeness through intimate touching, kissing, nipple stimulation, genital stimulation, bonding, and the penile insertion processes. This promotes the continuous release of oxytocin, which again increases bonding and emotional connection between the partners. This intensifies pleasure, happiness, emotional fulfillment associated with shared sexual experiences. Then with continued and unhindered stimulation, at the peak of sexual excitement, the endogenous opioids and the endogenous endocannabinoids, that is endocannabinoids, are released in a surge within the central nervous system. This sudden release produces an ecstatic orgasmic experience and is likely to be responsible for the pleasure-seeking nature of sexual behavior. This intense sequential and real-time activation of various pro-sexual neurotransmitters within the body is then followed by the additional release of serotonin, which creates happiness and gratification, GABA, which produces calmness, and of course prolactin, which causes a sort of aversion for the further sexual act, producing the refractory period. And that is why most of the men, which is said by various researchers in sexual medicine, are saying that most men use their wives as sleeping pills. So this action of slide 11, which you can see, is the reason why the man, after having sex, immediately turns his back to his partner and sleeps off. There is a small video which I would like to show. So here you can see the nerve cell and the various receptors on top of the nerve cell. Sound is not required. Sound can cut off from there. So the nerve cells which transmit the data across the axon and the dendrites and all these various organs of the nerve cells, they keep transmitting data. And you can see that it also produces an action within the arteries, and which stimulate the arteries to dilate because of the release of nitric oxide. And these neurotransmitters, they act like in an orchestra. So each neurotransmitter acts at a particular level and in a particular sequence. And this is how the whole sexual act starts from beginning to end. And for the sexual arousal to happen, the blood flow is important. As I mentioned, the nitric oxide acts over here, produces more blood flow. And as we go ahead, you can see that in the next stage, now this is a typical firework which starts from the base, it goes up, and then up above in the brain, the explosion happens, which is like an orgasm. So this is how I have portrayed this particular talk, and that is what I like to say, that sequence and timing is really important in every aspect of every aspect of life. You can take cooking, you can take gardening, manufacturing, sports, driving, orchestra, music. Yesterday, as we heard, one tal or sur in the wrong place could have made the whole thing a mess. And I think your orchestra did the best part of it. They were absolutely bang on, singers and the musicians, perfect. So it is my hope that this neurochemical action highlighted in today's talk is appreciated, and it inspires researchers and clinicians to investigate as to why a failure of a single neurochemical to precisely act and decisively act can spoil the act of individuals and couples. Now, in Ahmedabad, I had described one case which came to me. That person, he came to me for lack of sexual desire, and he was seen by a number of doctors, all super specialists in their field, and all of them said that his problem was more in his mind than anything else. Now this particular person, he was a fitness freak, and he was working out, and everything was fine for up to 2 years earlier to what he came to me, and then slowly he started noticing a change in his lifestyle and in his sexual desire as well as general health. So by the time he came to me, his sexual desire was absolutely gone. Then I investigated him, and one particular neurotransmitter which was on a very high level, which was prolactin, it was more than 100, which was way above the normal level, inspired me and told me that I must get his CT scan done of the pituitary. When I told him that you need to do a brain scan, he said that, doctor, I came to you for my penis problem and why are you telling my brain to be scanned? So I explained to him that, look, this is the level of this particular neurotransmitter, you need to get that scanned. Finally, I called his wife, who also I knew, and then finally they did it. And the scan result came on Monday and he said, doc, you're amazing. I said, what happened? He said that my brain is showing a lesion which was missed by all these people. And it was a Radke's cyst of the brain, which is a very, very rare case to be diagnosed in time. Usually it is diagnosed as a post-mortem finding. And luckily, it was diagnosed in time. Otherwise, people sometimes diagnose it when the people their eyes start failing because it pressurizes on the optic nerve. And his operation was done in Pune in 2019. Through the nose, they approached the pituitary gland and then they removed that cyst. It took about 1 year for him to heal totally. Now he's back physically strong, against sex, no problem. His desire is back. So a single operation cured him of his problem, and it was one neurotransmitter which was playing a havoc. So with that, I think I will stop today and we'll take up a few brief question and answers, and because we are already running 15 minutes behind schedule, so we'll start the next. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajna, for excellent presentation.
So if there are any questions you can ask, otherwise we'll start the next session.
Hello, thank you, both the chairpersons. I invite all the speakers of this session. If there are any questions, please let us know. Dr. Mitali. Are there any questions from audience?
Especially when people like to organize together.
I request chairpersons to felicitate the speakers.
You come first, ladies first. And I'll give the honor.
Thank you.
अरे भाई कैमरा मैन थोड़ा यार साइड कर लो, हम लोगों को भी फोटो खींचनी चाहिए।
I request Dr. Prasanna Gatri sir to felicitate the chairpersons.
Thank you. आवडला मॉनिटर करू
After this wonderful session, we are moving forward to next session, which is on pathology and diagnostics. For that, I would like to invite the chairpersons, Dr. Manohar Sobhani and Dr. Balaram Sankhe. Both the chairpersons, please come on the dais. Thank you, Dr. Prasanna sir, Dr. Rajsian sir, and Dr. Mukesh. Thank you. It's my privilege to introduce the chairpersons, Dr. Manohar Sobhani sir, who is presently the consultant to Skin Hair Clinic at Kolaba, Mumbai. And the other chairperson is Dr. Balaram Sankhe. He is diplomat of the American Board of Sexology, fellow of the European Committee of Sexual Medicine, consultant at Department of Sexual Medicine at Medwell Hospitals and Image Hospitals. I welcome both the speakers and hand over the session to them. And I request invite the first speaker. Hello.
I welcome Dr. Nitesh Prabhu. He is MBBS, MD, and lot of other degrees he has got. He is a medical director and men's health consultant, androgenic clinic, Androgen Medical Center, Trichy, Tamil Nadu, India. He is a professor, Department of Pharmacology, Dhanalakshmi Srivasan Medical College and Hospital, Tamil Nadu. He is MBBS from Pondicherry University and he is a medalist. MD in Pharmacology from Manipal University. Fellowship Certificate in Sexual Medicine from Chennai. Fellowship in Advanced Clinical Andrology from Madrid, Spain. Andrology Workshop. He's conducted andrology workshop. He is a clinical andrology certificate course from CA Academy, New Delhi. Certificate course in evidence-based diabetic management from Dr. M.V. Mohan's Academy. President, Indian Medical Pharmacologist Association, IMPA. Joint Secretary, Indian Stem Cell Study Group. Regional Representative, South India, South Asian Society of Sexual Medicine. Education Committee Member of International Society of Sexual Medicine. Director of GRID Healthcare Partners Private Limited. Stem Cell Ethics Committee, highly renowned and highly educated. Thank you.
So it was not intended to read, it was intended to display. So sorry for the time you can consume. Anyways, so good morning. Is it a compulsion? You can remove that? Yeah, thanks. So, a very well sequenced program by the SEPI members because we are having a diagnostics and a pathology segment where we need to assess the patient before choosing any of the regenerative therapies. Why? Because there is a huge, going on whether PRP should be given or not. PRP is it working or not? Is it really worth to give or not? So I'm part of the committee where we are forming some guidelines for the International Society for Sexual Medicine. So we are trying to give some position statements. Which patients will give PRP, we should not be PRP, how to prepare PRP, how to sanitize that. Before moving on to those things, it is very imperative to see that what has happened inside the penile tissues. Which one to choose first? How much to choose? Anyway, there's a long discussion. What I want to tell you is that penis is full of blood vessels, which you all know, So this is going to be a transverse section which is still showing how the artery is going to end up in sinusoids. These sinusoids are very specific structures which are lined internally by the endothelium and outer and exteriorly by the smooth muscles. And it is not as a sponge. It has collagen, it has connective tissues, because you can see from here, this is how it looks. So I had a chance to dissect a fresh cadaver. So where you can see how sinusoids are like a sponge, but still it is going to have a structural integrity. This structural integrity is lost when the patient is having a erectile dysfunction. That is for the patient initially is going to respond to PD-5 inhibitors, later he is not able to respond. So this is an intent image where you can see how beautifully they have dissected the sinusoids and how you are able to visualize it. Now, this is a image showing that how the penis looks when it's erect. What you can see from here, the sinusoid is being expanded with the feeding arterioles. Further, then there needs to be a compression of the veins. This is all you know that. But what extra you understand that for the compression, what you are seeing in between those this area, this whitish area, this goes for dysfunction. That is when you can see that penile Doppler, you can see this is called as venous leak. Now people say venous leak or prone masturbation is pathology of the veins, not necessarily. So this is called as CVOD, cavernous venous occlusive disease. Sometimes it can be primary, sometimes it can be a secondary, or it could be due to the extension of the ongoing cavernosal fibrosis. So we need to understand people age. Every cells in the body age. You lose hair, you lose the pigments, you lose everything. And due to the poor lifestyle, aging is being accelerated. That is why we talk about the called as biological age. Young chap who we presume to be having a psychogenic ED need not be having psychogenic ED. He will be having an advanced vascular age due to his poor lifestyle. That is when you need to understand about the free radicals. Oxidative stress, which you all know that. So what is happening here? Excessive amount of reduction and low amount of the antioxidants is going to have a cellular stress. I'm again insisting on cellular stress because the body is made up of individual cells. Where cavernosal cells, it is going to give neuronal nitric oxide. Leydig cells, it is going to increase nitric oxide. Because we always say Leydig cells. So if you know, Leydig cells is going to give testosterone. Testosterone is going to increase the intracavernous VGF. Because nowadays the research is purely focusing on VGF levels, how to quantify that, low VGF levels, ED, everything is going on. Endothelial cells give endothelial nitric oxide. So ultimately the crux is to have nitric oxide plus to have a structural integrity. Therefore the whole thing is going to increase the blood flow. This is a known pathology for us. Now what is the pathophysiology here? When there is an oxidative stress in the nerve cells, the nerves goes for integration. Oxidative stress in the Leydig cells, there is low testosterone. He need not to have a low libido or testosterone less than 120 lab. No. Nowadays, even the conscience is saying that testosterone less than 350 can be considered as a hypogonadism. Endothelial cell degeneration. We think about endothelial dysfunction. Dysfunction is the earliest stage. Degeneration is the final stage, or the ongoing progression of this dysfunction. So ultimately, I want to emphasize again here, when you talk about ED, think about cellular deformities. That is where you will see that only medication it cannot help. We need to adopt regenerative therapies at the earliest. Very old article. This is not new one. This is, I believe it is 1976, where they very clearly shown that the presence of excessive amount of fibrous tissue and loss of smooth muscle cells. And arterial ED is a diffuse penile disease, that is decreased number of smooth muscle cells, that is increased percentage of collagen fibers. We have collagen 1, 4 and 6. Every collagen has its own function. Some gives structural integrity because when there is a wavy pattern of the collagen, it is going to have a augmented rigidity. When this bare is gone, the axial rigidity so it's again lost. So the patient, even though he may get a tumescence, he will get an erection. This is a recent study where you can very clearly see that there is decreased production of this collagen, the first box, and very specifically increased production of the collagen 4A1, increased production of the collagen 4A5, and decreased production of the collagen 6A3. This shows that how much ever you say about, okay, this is psychogenic, there is an ongoing cellular damage at the level of collagen. And they have gone to in-depth showing that there is 6 kinds of fibroblasts. These fibroblasts are signaling molecules. Dysfunction of this fibroblast, it turns itself to a fibroid tissue. This can happen even earlier. Patient is non-diabetic, non-smoker, desk job, poor muscle mass, low level testosterone. This can happen. The body's cellular signaling is going to shift from a regenerative state to a degenerative state. So ultimately what is needed here? We need angiogenesis, we need neurogenesis, and we need unknown growth factors which we are just exploring. Ultimately we need nitric oxide. You can always say, okay, you give L-arginine nitric oxide. L-arginine is a very good concept to give, but you will understand that L-arginine has to be converted to nitric oxide. For that it needs some enzymes. So again, that's the caveat. Anyways, what are the types of regenerative therapies? There are 2 types, cell-based and energy-based. In cell-based we have PRP, and we are now proposed to get lysate. We have peripheral blood mononuclear cells, we have bone marrow mononuclear cells, and we have mesenchymal stem cells. These MSCs can be of adipocyte origin, it is called as adipose-derived stem cells. It can be of umbilical cord, so it is called as umbilical cord stem cells. Sometimes it can be of anything, it is called bone marrow stem cells. So depending upon the surgeon's preference, if you are a non-surgeon, you can go for a pancreas stem cells, you can culture it. Then comes energy-based therapies. We always know about the low-intensity shock therapy. Photobiomodulation is still picking up, but still the evidence is very weak. So these are the therapies which you know that this could have a very good effect on regeneration. So ultimately, when coming to the mechanism-based action, as of now, the research is being focused on VEGF, but VEGF is only one part of the spectrum. This VEGF is going to act on the beta receptors. This again is going to increase the production of endothelial nitric oxide. This nitric oxide is going to act on the cavernosal smooth muscle cells, thereby causing vasodilators called as sinusoidal dilation. How does PRP act? PRP is going to increase all these factors, and it is going to have a tissue repair, collagenesis, axonal myelination, because wherever there is angiogenesis, the nerve forms called as angioneurogenesis. Very similar thing for the stem cells. So, what is the difference? Stem cells, it increases the cellular signaling, whereas PRP is going to recruit those stem cells. You could say that for a mild form disease, you can do PRP. For advanced disease or advanced fibrosis, you can offer stem cells. Sorry, being repetition. Now, these are all things. You may know few, you may not know few, but you may know a extent of few things. I'm going to give a concise idea how we can implement in your research or in practice. Coming to pineal biopsy. Oh, pineal biopsy is dangerous. It can cause hematoma. Before Viagra era, right, every surgeon was exploring what is happening inside the penis. So they shifted from an open biopsy. This open biopsy was taken during the pineal implant stage. They took it, they very categorically stated that advanced disease is happening. Then a very good article came, Dr. Westby's. He devised method where you can go into the veranopeptide groove with a biopic gun for a ED patient and normal participants. They did the study, and this was again further refined by Hussain and Dr. Steve Irwin. They gave a protocol. They found in a trained hands, mark my words, in a trained hands, this procedure is absolutely safe. None of the patients they experience immediate hematoma, late hematoma, no pain, no infection, it is fine. Now what happened? 1996 Viagra came. The quest for the knowing pathology has gone because you have a ready-made solution. After Viagra, then implants came, then the whole thing is going gets problem. So the quest has again restarted in the name of regenerative medicine, where people now, this is a recent article, 2023. See how they have very beautifully taken diabetic ED, non-diabetic ED, very clearly they show there's an altered muscle collagen ratio. Smooth muscles has gone down. The collagen is increased. Collagen is non-functional or non-structural collagen. It is increasing. Okay, now I can do pelvic biopsy. I'm non-surgeon. I can go in front of the surgeons. What I can do now? Good. We have shear wave elastography. How much time? Over? 5 minutes. So this is called as shear wave elastography. This is an ultrasound with an extra probe where you can focus on a particular segment, give the pressure, keep the probe in the transverse or the longitudinal plane. It is going to be stress. It is going to measure it in kilopascals. This can show non-functioning areas in the corpus cavernosa, and it can give a grading of the fibrosis also. And this is what you know, Pune Doppler. Good PSV, EDV, but understand that a poor PSV doesn't mean intra-arterial disease. A poor PSV can be a disease segment distal to the arteries, that is in the corpus cavernosa, where the artery expansion is being restricted with fibrosis tissues. So just okay, then what about the normal PSV? That means the arteries expanding is still allowed, but still the patient has dysfunction. Don't term them as psychogenic, because if you term them as psychogenic, you are closing doors for the evaluation. Okay, how I don't have shear elastography. I have ultrasound. How can you improve ultrasound now? Go for Gray's ultrasonography. Beautiful article. They found that echogenic focus is pathognomonic for different fibrosis. Fibrosis for ICI, the fibrosis for diabetes, fibrosis for preaneurysm, for trauma, for atherosclerosis. This gives a pathognomonic image that a particular disease process can give a signature echogenic focus. This all clues that it is an arterial ED or a vasculogenic ED, is a chronic, progressive, degenerative disease. When it comes to you, you are going to buy time for him. Anyways, he might be progressive for implant. So your aim is to stop the progression. How? 3 things. How to include the patient for regenerative medicine therapies. If the patient is having a low PSV and low EDV, he is having arterial cause. Put the PRP or whichever you prefer to do, sir. If the patient has high PSV, high EDV, low resistive index, okay, he is of CVOD, non-resectable fibrosis. Don't give that. In Gray's ultrasonography, altered echogenicity, give your PRP shock therapy. In shear wave elastography, if the kilopascal values, that is, your radiologist or whoever is doing it, they can do that. If it is between 13 to 42, you can choose, because research has found that within this is called as mild to moderate ED. Beyond 42, it is called as moderate ED. Don't venture into that area, because as of now we don't know how much PRP to give even for the mild cases. So don't venture into that. Don't give PRP or stem cells for every patient. Don't do that. Fine. Now next, my doctor is normal, everything is normal. Patient can have myogenic degeneration of these 4 tissues. Corpus cavernosa, erectomyography. I know it is quite complicated, but still, if a person is in the research institute or willing to do that, people can collaborate. Simple surface electrodes. This is the advancement now. Previously, they gave intracavernous electrodes, non-invasive surface electrodes. You can see, no, these surface electrodes, the skin can interfere. No, they found that skin it cannot interfere because there is a pathognomonic signature of the smooth muscle contraction. You can opt out for this. We all know this. NPT, this scan, how did I know? This scan is a very good modality. So how to use it? Nocturnal luminescence, it means that his neurogenic defect is still intact. He is not gone for neurogenic degeneration. Okay, sir, the equipment is quite costly. I charge 50K, patient won't come. If you don't choose, he may choose for a potency test where he is a vulnerable patient who can choose this investigation at a higher cost. For routine modalities, this could be quite costly because the machine itself is quite costly. There are wearable devices now, app-based, real time. He can stay in his home, he can wear a smartwatch, the machine can be given, you can have the data. This way you can still assess his neurogenic potential of nocturnal immunosenescence. Then you can see REM sleep correlates with nocturnal. It shows his parasympathetic activity is fine because parasympathetic activity is known as EDR, endothelium derived relaxed factors. Later it becomes NO, nitric oxide. Find out. take home points. Regional therapies are not proactive therapies. Angioneogenesis and collagen regeneration needs time. Give time. Don't go and jump on giving 6 stitchings of PRP. Repeated injection of PRP can cause fibrosis. Sometimes calcium chloride activation with PRP can cause fibrosis. So avoid that. Autologous PRP has found to be inferior. Nowadays we are shifting to freeze-thawing protocol of PRP where you give pooled platelet lysate. It is evolving as a standard of care, as standardized preparatory method. And diagnosed modalities can help in designing the choice of regenerative therapies. For diffuse fibrosis, always stop using PRP. You can choose either progenitor cells or MSCs. What is progenitor cells? From the bone marrow cells or stromal vascular fracture from the adipocytes, where you take it by giving a light aspiration. Our aim is to postpone the need for penile implants. That is the main, because once implant is done, you will abolish this natural reaction. So thank you for your kind patience, and let's move towards cellular pharmacology. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for your deep insight into penile problems investigation.
The next speaker is Dr. Sirish Malde. I really have a privilege to introduce Dr. Sirish Malde. He is MD and fellow of SEPI, diploma in American Board of Sexology, practicing sexuality educator, counselor and therapist from Mumbai for the last 24 years. Ex-Joint Secretary of SEPI and ex-National Vice President of Family Planning Association of England. Pioneer of telephonic helpline services for sexuality in India. Trainer and educator in issues related to sexuality, marriage counseling, family planning, HIV and AIDS. Dr. Sirish Malde. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Balaram. After many years, I had the opportunity to interact with you this time. Good morning, everyone. Natesh has already done a much easier job for me. Very informative talk of pathophysiology, changes that takes place, usually with aging and often with many comorbidities. So today we are going to explore the role of penile color Doppler or duplex color Doppler for evaluating erectile dysfunction. So once a case of erectile dysfunction is there in the clinic, usually there is a tug of war. One part says it's a psychogenic viewpoint and the second part is with the physical component or organic counterparts. Even in the medicine, a huge community believes the sexual dysfunctions are purely psychogenic in origin, and on the other side, another community thinks that they are always organic in origin. So this academic tug of war can always go. What are the diagnostic tools currently available with the clinicians? Normally, when a case of erectile dysfunction either goes to the Apollo Indraprasth or to the most primary health care center of Tamil Nadu in India, what doctors have in their hand to do for such cases? Often they prescribe general hematological tests, CBC, ESR, then comes the blood sugar, HbA1c, lipid profile is usually preferred. Hormone assays are usually done with a whole long list of all hormones, including thyroid, FSH, LH, prolactin, testosterone. Some even prefer total as well as free testosterone also. Debatable issues. What is actually useful in therapy, no one knows. But people usually prescribe, the doctor ने कुछ prescription दिया है, कुछ टेस्ट करना है. And finally, serum chemistry profile, which includes LFT, RFT. I have seen even serum electrolytes also been suggested to patients having erectile dysfunctions. The other way, on the pendulum swings the other way, and you have then finally NPT VJ scan. Even in city of Mumbai, I don't think more than 4 VJ scan machines exist. That's all. So you can't explain and expect every patient to undergo VJ scan. It has its own limitations. Very expensive machine, more than 8 lakhs of cost. You can't give it for home use to the patient. You never know he will return it back to you. Or you admit him in a nursing home, which itself has a very practical difficulties, because staying in hospital, everyone at home knows that this guy is going to sleep in the hospital for his test. And finally, we have some questionnaire inventories like sexual health inventory for men SHIM and IIEF, International Index of Erectile Function. So in this scenario, what is there? All hematological tests can give you only a glimpse into a person's general health. It cannot ascertain the exact positive behavior factor. It cannot fathom the severity of the pathophysiology. Nates has a lot of investigative tools for that. Do not have a prognostic value. None of the tests we have seen earlier cannot give any prognosis and cannot assist in selecting the therapy. SHIM IIEF can give only a detailed symptomatic interpretation, whereas NPTR, though have a medical legal value, but it's not available for general people. So in this scenario, we have something known as penile color Doppler with our ultrasound practitioner friend, and it emerges as one of the important diagnostic tools for the management of erectile dysfunction to study the hemodynamics of the arterial and venous system, especially in cases of refractory AEDs. I will restrict the use of this penile color Doppler for refractory cases which are not responding to the oral therapy. It's a modern and sophisticated therapy. You require an ultrasound machine. Relatively good accuracy if done properly. I will come to this with an asterisk mark. It's a minimum invasive test. It's available. The ultrasound machines are available at most places. Not so expensive. Maybe ranging from 2,000 to 4,000. This test is available. Most important advantage, the graphical record is produced. Just like we saw the NPT VG scan graphs, here also the graphs are available. None of the earlier tests can give you a specific graphical evidence. And hence it becomes an essential tool for issuing a potency certificate. After an hour, we are going to have a session on potency certificate, so that speaker will throw more light on this. So what is it? This is the machine. There is a vascular probe which high frequency 8 to 12 megahertz. And you see the picture, the corpus spongiosum has gone up. How it is possible? You have to turn the penis down and then probe from the ventral surface. So this is how the probe should go and how the ultrasound is done. There are two modes. It's known as a duplex test. The ultrasound or the grayscale is to scan the parenchyma, corpora cavernosa, urethra, and tunica albuginea and other fascia of the penis. The Doppler main mode is to measure the PSV, peak systolic velocity and end diastolic velocity of the cavernosal arteries at rest and during the erect state. So not going into detail, this is the ultrasound mode. It can be done in the transverse as well as the longitudinal plane. This is how the grayscale will look. Corpora cavernosa, corpus spongiosum, the number 2 and number 3 is the cavernosal artery shown in the transverse section. Remember, the ultrasound appearance of corpora varies in flaccid and erect state, and also the echogenicity of the corpora cavernosa and spongiosum also varies. You can see the different rates there. And the Doppler mode of this test deals with the vascularity, the arterial network and the venous drainage. This is how the grayscale will look at cavernosal artery mainly, and deep dorsal vein, the blue color, I'm not going into much depth of the ultrasound technology. The cross section shows the tunica albuginea. Number 2, 4 are once again cavernous artery in transverse section. And in a very young individuals, less than 25 years, the helicine arteries are seen. Usually, if the individual is really very young, the biological age is young, then only the helicine arteries are seen. Otherwise, they are not seen in subjects over 30 years of age. So what is the normal protocol? The ultrasound mode is to scan the parenchyma. Once that is done, then we come to the Doppler mode to measure the PSV and EDV in flaccid state. This is known as at rest. Then you have to inject intracavernous vasoactive drug. Usually cativaline and chlorpromazine bimix is used. Dr. Thareja has given a very live demo about it, so you know all well. After injection, you give enough privacy to the patient in that room and sufficient time with some sexual stimulations. It may be visual, it may be a fantasy. And after 10 minutes, then you measure the PSV and EDV. If adequate response is generated, clinically you judge the rigidity and then you see on the Doppler mode if the response is good, ask patient to continue further and repeat the test after 20 to 25 minutes. But after 10-15 minutes, after the first visit, if the response is not generated adequately, you have to increase the dose. This is very vital. Most radiologists do not increase the dose, and most sexologists also fear that by increasing the dose, I will put the patient for risk of priapism. And Kothari Sahab would agree, इश्क और सेक्सोलॉजी प्रैक्टिस में कभी डरते नहीं हैं। प्यार किया तो डरना क्या है? वैसे सेक्सोलॉजी प्रैक्टिस का जब आपने हौसला बनाया है, तब आपको प्रायपिज्म से डरना नहीं है। So increase the dose so that he develops adequate response at least at 20 to 25 minutes. And finally, you conclude the test with cautionary note to the patient if he develops priapism. This is how the graphs will look like gradually as from flaccid penis to the feeling state, tunescence, and then the rigidity starts. The last graph, if you see, then sometimes you can get an indication that this patient is potential priapism. Now interpretation is both is measured. If the PSV is more than 27, ideally, you can consider it's a normal velocity, and the PSV should be less than 25 should be negative. Or you can say arterial insufficiency. EDV less than 5 centimeters suggests veno-occlusive disorder, and then usually RI is not practiced for the academic purpose. But if you want to derive the resistive index, it is PSV minus EDV upon PSV. Sorry for the calculator. This is about a couple of cases. We'll see how the graphs look like. At rest, the velocities after 10 minutes of injection of 0.25 ml of bimix, the response was inadequate. So another was injected after 20 minutes, and you saw the good spikes. The velocity increases. So this is how the report should look like. The pointer is not provided, but most reports do not have these 4 components. That is the at rest after 10 minutes and after 20 minutes. What are the PSV, EDV on right side and left side? The detailed report should be there to make it a complete good report, so that whenever it is reproduced in any other clinic of the country or abroad, people should carry a good impression about it. In arterial insufficiency, after 15 minutes, 0.5 ml of bimix has given inadequate response. You inject another 1 ml and still it is inadequate. The report will read like this. You have to give the remark, it's basically a radiologist's job. The right cavernosal artery is slightly small, etc., etc., and you have to mention it is chance of having arterial insufficiency. The gray scale helps in detecting the soft tissue diseases like Peyronie's disease. You see the extensive fibrosis and fibrous plaques can also be documented there. So important points for this PCD are, one has to explain the whole procedure in detail to the patient and don't hurry up. You have to determine the dose for the EC-weight with your clinical experience, what dose to start with. Allow good privacy for sexual arising. So usually we do it at a non-rush hours between 2 to 4 p.m. in afternoon. And I team up with a radiologist, so both of us are present for doing the test. So even if a patient develops priapism, the radiologist is at comfort that he won't have to deal with it, I will deal with it. And if needed, you have to increase the dose of EC-weight adequately. कश्ती जब समंदर में उतारी है तब तूफान से डरना नहीं है. Priapism should not be a deterrent to practice sexology, either therapeutic or diagnostic. Ask the client to be around that area until he develops full detumescence and be equipped to deal with priapism. Utilities we have already seen, it's minimum invasive and one of the specific tests to assess. And whenever you are planning PRP or any other regenerative therapy, to document the compromised vascular, you have to do the PCD. Because often, sometimes the PRP is not giving results. The shockwave therapy has not given the results. So patients is usually very dissatisfied and he may say that after the therapy, you have done more damage to my penis. So you have to document it before starting something like this. Just 2 minutes. Limitations, it detects vascularity, it involves good time duration, so you have to spare at least 1 hour and you cannot do it in a hurried manner, you don't have to keep any other appointment for that hour. A trained sonologist is required and false negative reports are frequent when EC-weight dose is inadequate, there is no privacy or no arousal to the patient, high anxiety state. And sometimes the sonologist may be impatient. अरे OPD में बाहर 5 पेशेंट बैठे हैं, इसको जल्दी निकालो. Alternative, अगर PCD से, priapism से थोड़ा सा डर लगता है और किसी के पास ये इक्विपमेंट नहीं है बड़े और सोनोलॉजिस्ट नहीं है आपको असिस्ट करने के लिए, you can go for sonodoppler. It's just like a fetal Doppler with the probe changed to the vascular with 5 to 8 megahertz. So you ask the manufacturer to make a probe like this. This is fetal Doppler with a flat probe. You have to have a linear probe for vascular. So these are the two options. There is no USG machine needed. So PCPNDT registration का headache नहीं है. It gives good working diagnosis in your clinic. So you can make the patient hear that both the cavernous arteries have good pulsations. And finally, if utilized well, it can enhance your counseling just by reassuring. By any psychological method will not impress patient much. So you give injection in the clinic, derive erection and then do the test. Both arteries show good pulsation. You can say your vasculature is relatively okay and the medicines can work well. We will have good faith in you and you will definitely succeed. Around 10,000. That's all. One patient आ गया आपका कॉस्ट वसूल हो गया. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh Malde. It's a wonderful lecture, very informative. There's a lot of light on that.
Dr. Saju Varghese is the person who, with whom I team up to do this test. Otherwise, you may be wondering how I am talking about PCDs. Thank you once again. Question answers we can take after the symposium is about to over. Thank you.
Now I invite Dr. Praveen Mahajan. He is a histopathologist at Raheja Hospital, NM Medical Center, Mumbai. He is MD from Tata Memorial Hospital, MBBS from Grand Medical College and JJ Hospitals. He has more than 17 years of experience of pathology. His special interest is lymphoma, breast cancer and soft tissue tumors. Assessor for osteopathology and cytology. Dr. Praveen Mahajan.
Good morning, everybody. So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. And you must be wondering why pathology is there in this symposium. Actually, I must be one of the very few pathologists who must have spoken at this conference. The idea here is not to tell you all about what are the different pathologies of the penis and how they occur and what, because I think 15 minutes are too less to cover everything. And everything which is deviated from the normal is actually pathological. So I am not going to talk about everything which is there in pathology of the penises, but I am going to cover 3 conditions which are rare conditions. And one need to know about the pathophysiology or the pathology of those conditions, so that it makes you, when you are treating those conditions, you are much aware of those conditions. If there are conditions which can be prevented or avoided, you will take care of those. There are things which can occur medically also when you are doing some procedure, and that itself is causing those pathology. Maybe you can include those in your consent also. So that is the basic idea here. I am a histopathologist, so I like to see my slides under the microscope. But here I am going to talk more of a gross changes which occur in the tissues. So I will begin with the first condition, which is Peyronie's disease, and it actually was described first by a French surgeon by the name of Francois Peyronie in 1743. Now, Peyronie's disease is actually benign superficial fibromatosis condition which affects the facial structures of the penis. Now, if you have to know about the fibromatosis, there are 2 types of fibromatosis, superficial and deep fibromatosis. So, superficial fibromatosis usually affect, you must have heard Dupuytren's contracture, something which affects the palms and the plantar region of the foot. So, those which again affect the fascia in those regions. Similarly, something which happens in the penis in this condition, wherein you have a superficial fibromatosis, which actually affects the fascia of the penis. It's characterized by curvature of the penile shaft and it's accompanied by fibrosis. Now what it causes is, it causes deformity, it causes pain while the penis is erect, and also it causes loss of function of the penis. Now you get a characteristic angulation in the Peyronie's disease, and that itself causes the erectile dysfunction. This results from buckling of the penile shaft while the penis is entering into the vagina, that is intromission, or it can even cause the lack of rigidity because the penis distal to the fibrosis where it has occurred has compromised blood supply. So the blood supply has been compromised, that's why it cannot erect properly. Now these are different pictures I have taken from the internet to show you how this deformity can look. And I can tell you that it must be very deeply psychological, makes a deep psychological effect on the patient, because you see that the penis gets curved on different direction. It may be upward like a dorsal, ventral or a dorsal that direction, and it must be very difficult when you perform the act. So if, as a pathologist, I must tell you something about the histology of the penis. This is a cross section of the shaft of the penis, and the previous 2 speakers are actually showing how they in USG see the cross section. But in pathology, if you see the cross section, or histology, you see the cross section, you have these 2 corpora cavernosa, you have this corpora spongiosum, and what covers actually 2 corpora cavernosa is a fascia, which is what we call as tunica albuginea. Now this is something which is very important in Peyronie's disease. Something which affects the Peyronie's disease is this fascia, where you start to get a fibrosis, and this tunica albuginea has 2 layers wherein you have elastic fibers in between the outer longitudinal layer and inner circular layer here. So this actually this very less pink or light pink, this covering the corpora is actually tunica albicina. So what exactly happens in peyronie's disease? What is the pathophysiology here? So what happens is that if you see a tissue which is taken from peyronie's disease and you see under the microscope, what you get to see is there is an abnormal deposition of elastic fibers around disorder and excessive area of collagen. So you have again this disordered elastic deposition, as well as there is a lot of collagen which is getting deposited. And some people have also found that along with this deposition, you see something which is extracellular or fibrinogen deposition also there is deposited, and these changes causes something what is called as a plaque formation. Now this plaque formation, it does is that it causes loss of normal stretching of the penis. So during the tumescence also, penis doesn't get normally stretched. So then it causes that characteristic curvature. Curvature which is caused, and it usually the curvature is formed opposite to the side where there is on the side where there is a fibrosis. So location and the orientation of plaque actually determines where the triangulation of the stain is going to be. So for example, if the distal penis curves upwards and to the right, that means the plaque will be found on the right side of the dorsal of the penis of the shaft. So this is what something happens. You have an injury to tunica albicina, which could be micro injury. It may not be like something which is a macro injury or which is visible injury. So you have a repeated micro injuries causing harm to the tunica albicina. When that injury happens, you have something called as increased fibrinogen, which comes there where there is an injury. Then it elicits the local inflammation. That local inflammation, while going on, the next response comes is that you have reparative myofibroblastic or fibroblastic proliferation happening there. And these myofibroblasts have a tendency to deposit collagen in the tissue. So when you have a deposition of collagen, that actually starts to form the plaque. So here, the injuries happen. It has gone through all these processes, pathological, and then this abnormal plaque is formed. So abnormal plaque can form in the dorsal tunica albicina, or it can form even in the ventral. So if you are, let's say here it is on the dorsal side, which is this fibrosis is formed, the penis will bend on the same side. Because what is happening here, the opposite side is getting stretched properly when there is blood flow in the cavernosa. It is getting properly stretched, the penis is erect, becoming erect on that side, but here it is finding it difficult to erect, that's why it is getting bent on that same side. Now this is a cross section, which is actually cross section from the penis. You see this on the left side is actually normal thing. Here the tunica is actually of a normal thickness. And if you see on the right side, here you see that it has increased in the size, it has increased in the thickness, and you see very fibrous or whitish looking tissue, which you see even in tendons on anywhere, which is something which is a collagen rich tissue, looks very white on gross. So this collagen rich tissue here is looking very white. So it has the deposition of the collagen has happened here, and that plaque of the peyronie is formed there. In histology, if you have to see if somebody takes biopsy, rarely it has been taken because most often your diagnosis comes from other radiological investigations. But if somebody does procedure and sends that tissue for microscopy, then what you will see is like this very collagenous fibrous plaque will be seen. And you may then use some special stain to show how the elastic fibers or collagen fibers are increasing the tissue. I'm a pathologist, so I said I like to see what happened in histopathology. So there is a very nice study which was done with some people who actually checked for 71 specimens of the whatever procedures were done for this peyronie disease. And what they concluded is that usually most often these plaques when resected, in 61% of the cases they were dense fibrotic plaques like this on the left side, this all three left side images. And sometimes along with this plaque formation or the fibrosis or the collagen deposition, you start to get ossification. Now the ossification can be focal. But there are some cases like 4% of them, you will have entire thing, not only collagenate, but it's a completely metaplastic ossification. And this fibrotic component can be nodular, it can be hyalinized lamellar, or it can be mixed like here. There is hyalinized lamellar and nodular as well. So this is what is seen. This penile fibromatosis is actually different from the other fibromatosis, wherein you see more of a cellular myofibroblasts or fibroblasts there, but here you see more of a collagen and less of a cells there. So I will move to the next condition of the penile pathology, which is the penile fracture, and we know that it is a misnomer. And today, from Dr. Nandi's talk, we know that why the fracture word has been stuck. Even though the penis doesn't have a bone, we still say it is a fracture. Now, why it causes that when there is a trauma to the erect penis, it causes increase in the cavernous pressure. So that cavernous pressure, if it is so severe enough, it causes rupture of the tunica albuginea. So if you imagine whatever I have shown the tunica, where there is a rupture, and once that rupture occurs, the blood flows out of it, and then that condition is called fracture, because the time when it occurs, there is a sound also, it comes pop or crackling sound, and then it looks like you call it a fracture. And it most often occurs in people who are sexually active. I mean, that is quite obvious that people who are under 40 years of age, who are very sexually active, those are more prone to have this kind of fractures there. Symptoms of the penile fracture usually are popping or cracking sound. You see there is severe pain after that has happened, and you will get swelling, and there is an immediate loss of erection, and then you start to see the skin hematoma as well. So there is a very interesting study actually. This is from Pakistan, and what you see here, actually what are the causes of penile fracture? That here they have found that the manipulation of the penis during most likely masturbation and not during the sexual intercourse has the large percent of present with the fracture because of the manipulation or the masturbation. Now there is something which in the Middle East they do what is called as a condition. They do something called as takadan. It is some Kurdish word, wherein they just abruptly bend the erect penis when they are masturbating, or they stop themselves from masturbating, and that itself can cause penile fracture. The second most common cause of the penile fracture in this study was found that it was found during a sexual intercourse. And there is also an interesting thing. Like in Europe and Western countries, the most often penile fractures those happen during the sexual intercourse. Most often when the woman is on the top and the penis just slips out of the vagina, and then it just gets struck towards the pubis bone, where then the fracture chances are happening. But if you compare that with the data which comes from Middle East, you see that most often in Middle East, the penile fracture happens because of the manipulation of the penis. There are other causes which have been described in this paper, like roll over or fall over on erect penis, direct blow to the erect penis, bumping into furniture in the dark, hastily removing the clothes during the erection, or hastily applying clothing during the erection. Those things can cause fracture. And what are the clinical features? Almost all of the cases present with something which is like you will hear pop or a cackling sound. You will immediately have a local pain there. You immediately get a deep tumescence. Then you get a hematoma and swelling. There are other things you can see there, like you might palpate a tunical defect there. There will be deviation of the penis towards the opposite side. You can have a discoloration due to the hematoma or swelling in the scrotum and the perineum. So there is an imaging trend that penile fractures can even occur now, because Peyronie's disease is actually treated with something called as now collagen injection, which is a collagenase clostridium histolyticum, and they have found that out of these patients which are undergoing this treatment, maybe 0.5 to 4.5% of them can have a penile fracture. That can be actually, that's why they are told not to have sexual intercourse during first 4 weeks after the injection. If somebody has sexual intercourse, that might cause the penile fracture, or sometimes it can be just spontaneous fracture after the injection, maybe not related to sexual intercourse. So this is something, if you are doing this therapy on the patient, you might want to include this as a penile fracture as one of the complications of the procedure, and you might want to include it in your consent. This is on the left. You can see the very swollen thing. It just looks like an egg. It is called eggplant deformity, wherein the hematoma is only within the penile tunica albuginea, and it doesn't spread into perineum. There is other image where you can see that entire penis has been shown such a bluish penis. It is a lot of hematomas happen within the penis, and even the hematoma can go into the perineum and the scrotal skin. So this is what happens during the fracture, that injury to flaccid penis is not possible because it can be stretchable, it can be moldable. But when erect penis is there is a lot of pressure within the cavernosa. And what happens here, the tunica albuginea is normally, which is 2 mm size. When the penis is in erect position, it thins out to 0.25 mm. Now that you can imagine, there is a lot of pressure inside, the tunica albuginea is also thinned out. And when you have such injury or anything which causes this fracture, the blood starts to flow out from the corpora cavernosa into the tunica albuginea. If there is a buccal pressure which is also involved, then you will have a lot of hematoma there, and then that causes the other complication which I have already mentioned. So there are grading of the penile fracture which have been given. This is actually graded on UHG, where in the grade 0 means the hematoma is only confined to the tunica albuginea. Grade 1 fracture is where there is a disruption of tunica albuginea and there is a cavernosal defect as well. And grade 2 you have something like tunica albuginea, cavernosa, and there is edema around. In grade 3 you have buccal fascia also involved apart from that, and in grade 5, grade 4 you have a vascular injury as well. So if this is a surgical emergency, if you don't treat it immediately or you don't refer patient to the urologist immediately and you try to conserve it by conservative management, then you can have penile deformity, angulation of erection, penile coitus, arteriovenous fistula, corporourethral fistula, deposition of fibrotic plaque or erectile dysfunction. These are some complications of the penile fracture in the late stages. So I will finish this in a minute or two because this is the last condition I am going to discuss, what is called as penile necrosis, and it is a very rare condition. I worked in Raj Hospital, and it was one of the hospitals where patients of diabetes are also treated, chronic renal disease are treated. So I was talking to one of the very senior general surgeon there who treats the diabetic foot patient, and I asked him just like that, sir, how many patients of penile necrosis you have seen? And he started thinking. The very fact that he has a 40 to 50 years of experience of doing surgeries, and he started thinking about it. He then said that there are not many penile necrosis patients he has seen in his career. So the causes of the penile necrosis can be autoimmune disease, can be diabetes, can be chronic renal failure, and some medication like warfarin, where there is a hypercoagulable state, can also cause the necrosis of the penis, and trauma can be there. There are some unusual causes are also there, but if you want to separate them in a vascular or non-vascular, you have to remember that there is something like in vascular, triangulation, anticoagulation, trapezium, and condom catheter and atherosclerosis can be formed. In the non-vascular, you have renal prosthesis, urethral stones, penile injection where people want to increase the depth of the penis, those can also cause, radiotherapy can also cause. In a post-operative settings also there is penile necrosis can form, like something like a circumcision, something like you are repairing a hypostosis, something where you are making a shunt for a shunt which is done for systemic priapism. All these conditions can cause an infection like Fournier's disease can also cause the penile necrosis. The complications are that the penile necrosis can lead to urethral fistula, stricture, chronic pain and autoamputation. That will be the most severe thing. Here this is a condition what is called as calciphylaxis, wherein there is a necrosis of the penis which has happened. This is actually happens in end-stage renal disease, wherein the intima of the small and the medium-sized vessels, where there is a deposition of calcium and because calcification happens, and that's why you get this arthritis, the blockage of artery, and you get this very painful penile necrosis. And this is some another condition where as a histopathologist you see that the complete necrosis of the tissue here it has formed, and this vessel is showing the calcification and the completely blocked vessel, you don't see any blood there. And Fournier's gangrene, another case where Fournier's gangrene has involved the penis as well, and this unfortunate gentleman had to lose his penis because of they had to do so many debridements, and he lost this penis. So with that, I will end my talk with this last thing where people have tried not only just amputation or the glandectomy for the penile necrosis, but they have tried do balloon angioplasty, who try to conserve them. If the necrosis is in early, you can still be able to salvage this penis by doing something less surgical procedure, and you can still salvage the function of the penis. So this is, with that, I will end my topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this wonderful lecture.
Thanks.
Now we would invite all the panelists on the dais.
All the speakers are invited on stage. Dr. Rajesh Prabhu sir, Dr. Shirish Malve sir, and Dr. Praveen Mahal.
I have some important announcement to make.
All the doctors eligible for credit hours certificate, they will be issued certificate only if their signatures are visible. So please sign your this thing, presence, attendance, so that it will be a smoother thing for us to issue you certificates. Thank you.
Dr. Rajesh Prabhu sir, please join on stage. If there are any questions, okay.
The question was for Dr. Natesh only, but he is not available. Second one was for Girish. It was an excellent presentation as usual. These days, new thing, age-old that injection and cell color doctor, these days even with the sildenafil it has been tried. Some papers have come and that's what I just thought of sharing. And just as comment, as he rightly said, that ultrasound, we were always, a dependable radiologist is very important. And as a student, our professor used to say, ultrasound is nothing but a ulta sound, ULTA, and with a R, dependable R, which is a dependable radiologist. Because most of the time these reports are haywire because the radiologist, as he rightly brought out, they don't have the time, interest and all. Just for the heck of it, they give a report. So the dependable radiologist is very important. And with the sildenafil also it's being tried. Thank you.
In fact, while scanning the grayscale, parenchyma, and more for Doppler, one has to be really patient because the vessels cannot be picked up so easily. They are not very easily visible or ultrasound pickable. One has to really explore, and sometimes it may take even 5 to 10 minutes. By that time, many times patient will start losing the erection also.
And so one should have an interest for it, and we have to literally look for it.
That's why I said 1 hour per client.
Dependable radiologist
is necessary, and dependable radiologist. Very right.
Natesh is not around, I think.
Hello. Dr. Shirish, nice presentation. I am Dr. Vinay Gupta from Bilaspur, using intrapenile injection as well as resistance since more than 20 years. The most important thing for penile color doctor is inducing erection. If there is erection, only then it can be recorded. And most of the radiologists nowadays is doing this penile doctor with sildenafil. And most of their reports are false negative reports. And not only with proper wearing, injection by mix and using it correctly. That is most important. Because if it is not being used, then it will cause priapism or it will cause false negative this thing. And we have to use maximum dose of Bimix. What Rubin says that for inducing erection, we have to give maximum dose of Bimix. So what I am doing in my clinic is, first thing is assured privacy should be given to the patient, which cannot be given in radiological clinic where there is a lot of crowd. So what I am doing in my practice is, I am doing pipe test for metallurgical used penile erection test. And in place of giving injection, although I am giving injection, I have given more than 5,000 penile injection in my 20 years of career. I am giving sildenafil 100 milligram. Or I am giving S-film, sublingual dot pill of sildenafil 100 milligram, and I give privacy and includes the penis. And if it is good erection, usually in young patient, because we need some objective evaluation in young patient who says, I am not having this. Usually they fail to perform, they think themselves to be important, and then want to know about their marital future or to take this psychotherapy. So, inducing erection in your clinic by giving sildenafil and not given reporting, because if you give radiological reporting of false negative, his life is, you expect. So this is my suggestion, rather than going for penile doctor, and that too injection Bimix is not available, and intravenous injection cannot be given by anybody. You have to be very trained surgeon or skilled person when you know how to deal with priapism. Thus, if you are using intraperennial injection, you are bound to get priapism. There is no. Thank you.
Would like to give a reflection on Dr. Nandi's talk because I am continuously thinking, and as it is said, as Einstein said, in his general theory and specific theory of relativity, all the sentences begin with the word imagine. Imagine that you are traveling with the speed of time. So probably three thoughts came, and I am giving the reflection that the first thing which it must have had occurred is the os baculum which was there, that must have got shortened. Because शायद imagine कि अगर old age की वजह से osteoporosis हो जाता os baculum का, तो फिर क्या होता? Question number 1. Okay. Second thing is that I think we should even think in terms of the joint. Because even for the ball and socket joint or the hip joint, there is a limitation of the movement. While if the penis has to be inserted, the limitation of the movement has to go. And the third, that is very important. Third thing is in evolutionary biology, we are talking something about non-consummation of marriage. So and this is very important. There is something in the animal world which is called as a copulatory misfit. In insects and in certain lower invertebrates this happens. And finally I think probably nature, cosmos or God intended that the three organs which are very active and which should be active, that is the tongue, the penis and the heart, nature has kept it boneless, at least in the humans. So I was thinking in those terms. I don't know, these are just the questions that happened in my mind. We will have to find it, or you might be knowing it.
Absolutely right, in the sense, as I brought out, this bone will. As they say that God has given us one penis and one brain, but the blood supply is only to run one at a time. As an andrologist, it is our job how to balance it so that blood supply goes to both brain as well as the penis. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to. I would request the chairpersons to facilitate our speakers. Both the chairpersons will facilitate our Dr. Shirish Malde and Dr. Praveen Mahajan.
If you want connect it's visible.
Wonderful. Big round of applause. I would like to request Dr. Vinay Gupta to facilitate our chairpersons and have felicitate and have a group photo after that. Dr. Nagesh Prabhu, wherever you are, please come on dais. Dr. Nagesh Prabhu. Please, I want some announcements.
All the delegates, fellows, members, please collect the news and views our CSEPI magazine in the CSEPI stall located there at the corner in the stalls. All the delegates, members and fellows who are registered for this conference, please collect the News and Peace magazine run by CSEPI. It's there in the CSEPI stall. You have to sign there and take them. Thank you.
Thank you for this wonderful session. Thank you all the speakers and chairpersons. Now we are moving ahead to the next session, which is on medical legal session. For this, I would like to invite the chairpersons, Dr. Ajit Chakraborty and Dr. Ajit Pradhan. Dr. Ajit Chakraborty and Dr. Ajit Pradhan, please join stage. Dr. Ajit Chakraborty, Dr. Ajit Pradhan, sir. I would like to introduce Dr. Ajit Chakraborty, sir. He is the senior consultant to reproductive and sexual medicine and certified sexologist from American College of Sexologists.
Dr. Ajit Pradhan.
Trivandrum, Kerala.
Dr. Ajit Pradhan.
ఇంతసేపా మరి ఇప్పుడు మీద అవుతున్నా మళ్ళా గట్లా
Welcome Dr. Ajit Pradhan, sir. He is from Mumbai, Pune. I would like to request the chairpersons to introduce the first speaker to start the session. Thank you.
Good morning all of you. Pleased to introduce today's speaker, Dr. Sadanand Desai, MBBS, MD, FLT, Dean, MD of Dr. BM, Government Medical College, Solapur. He has held various notable positions in Maharashtra government. He regularly provides the guidance to postgraduate medical students. MCI Inspector for UG and PD inspection. He has published many articles in noted national and international journals. He has been awarded for his work during 26/11 terrorist attack in Mumbai. Awarded for work 2012 Javeri Bazaar bomb blast attack. So welcome you, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So sir is going to discuss about the potency certificate in the era of Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita. So basically it is a very important and very controversial things in the marital disputes. So over to you, sir.
Sir, one more introduction. Dr. Sadanand Desai happens to be one of my very good friends, and he is the youngest dean in Maharashtra state to reach to the status of dean of a medical. He is already dean in 3 medical colleges. This is present in his hometown Parvati. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. So now we discuss on the topic that is the importance of potency certificate in the era of Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, the latest guidelines. As all of you know that the guidelines has been changed. Recently amendment is done in the criminal law procedure.
Maintain silence.
The criminal law, it has been changed. That is previously it was the Indian Penal Code, IPC 1860s, but it is now changed. That is Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, BNS has come in force from last 2023. So what the amendment has been done in this criminal law that we will discuss in this presentation. So we will go one by one the amendment which was done in this criminal law. That is, we will see that the Indian Penal Code, it has come in force when British were ruling our country, that is in 1860s. And that law was continued till now, and there was many loopholes and many problems has come. The main problem that we have seen in the Delhi gang rape case, where the amendment was done in 2013, when the gang rape has occurred, that is in the Nirbhaya case. Also, there are many amendments required in other procedures also, that is impotency, sterility and other problems. So, these amendments has recently done in this BN, that is Bharatiya Nyaya Sangita. It has replaced the Indian Penal Code 1960. For Code of Criminal Procedure, that is the procedure which was followed by the code. What procedure was followed? It has come in force in 1973 and it was also replaced by the Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sangita, that is BNSS 2023. And the Indian Evidence Act 1872, it was replaced by the Bharatiya Sakshar Abhiyan BSA, that is 2023. All these things can be used. So we will discuss important features of this impotency and what changes has occurred in this impotency certification. So what is the impotence? That is the inability of a person to perform a sexual intercourse. That is, consummation of marriage does not take place. In medicine, the impotence refers to the inability to have erection of the penis for the adequate sexual intercourse. And all of you know what are the problems in this, why the sexual intercourse has not occurred. There are many causes for it, that is the age, very old age or young person, then congenital malformation, that is hypospadias, epispadias or absence of genital sign male, also hermaphroditism. Then local trauma or disease, it can also cause this, that is inguinal hernia, hydrocele, paraphimosis and many reasons are there. Then neurological cases, that is injury to the head, spine or tissue or focal therapy can also cause again impotency. Then systemic diseases such as diabetes mellitus, hypertension, alpha blockers, if they are given, they can also cause this impotence. Then psychological causes are also there. Or quad hang, that is a person may be impotent to one woman but not to the others. Then causes of impotence in females, mainly females are not impotent but it may be caused by congenital malformation, that is absence of vagina, uterus or adhesions of labia, or local trauma or diseases, that is pelvic inflammatory diseases. Then systemic or psychological causes may be there, that is extreme hatred, fear, severe depression or fear of pregnancy or vaginismus. Then what are the guidelines for the examination? That examination of this potency should be done whenever there is a request from the police or the court. That is, request letter when came from the court, then only you can do this examination, and informed consent should be taken from that person. That is, consent should be taken that he is ready for doing this examination and all the consequences of examination should be explained to that person. That is, what will occur if this examination will go against him. That consequences should be explained to him. Then previous history of that person, that is previous history of all his sexual history, it should be asked in the details, and physical examination should be done, that is all systemic examination it should be done. Then all lab tests should be done in the details, that is blood, urine, then distal salpingography, pelvic USG, MRI, all the tests should be done and reports should be given. This erectile dysfunction, it may be the cause of miscarriage, that is sadness which has occurred in the males or females. It is a major cause of not consummation of marriage. And after the examination, whatever the opinion should be given, it should be given in the negative format. That is, there is nothing to suggest that the person is not capable of performing the sexual intercourse. In this format, the opinion should be given. Then, question of impotence or sterility, where it arises in both civil and criminal cases. In civil cases such as nullity of marriage, divorce, adultery, disputed paternity and legitimacy, then claim for damages. Whenever there is damage to the brain or at the level of spinal cord, then sexual dysfunction may be occurred. Then it can be claimed as in accidental cases. Then in case of inheritance of properties, this comes in force. Then in criminal cases, that is in adultery, in rape, in unnatural cases, that is sodomy or bestiality. So we will go one by one. So whatever the changes in law that has occurred in these cases, that is in case of nullity of marriage. Previously it was IPC 494 and 495. Now in Bharatiya Nyaya Sangita, it has been changed to 81 and 82. The IPC section include in this subsection and words defined in last preceding section, it was deleted in this section. Then in case of divorce, same in IPC, that is 494 and 495 was there, and same changes has occurred in this. Then adultery, that is having the sexual relationship with others after marriage. This was removed previously. That is IPC section 497. It was removed after court has given the judgment. Then disputed paternity. It was in Indian Evidence Act, that is section 112. It has been replaced by the BSA 116 and it has remained the same. Then claim for damages in accident, that is negligence. It was previously IPC 304A and now it is the BNS 106 and imprisonment is the same, that is 2 years of imprisonment and fines. Then in case of rape, the definition of rape was in 375 of IPC and 376 ABCDE has given the punishment for the rape and it has been replaced in BNS as a 63 to 71. And as per the amendment in 2013, that is after the Nirbhaya case, whatever the amendment has been done, that is previously it was the insertion of the penis in the vagina, but now amendment which was done in 2013 after Nirbhaya case, that is insertion of penis, but apart from that insertion of a finger or any other object, it can be considered as a rape. It has been same amended in this new Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita. Then in case of unnatural cases, that is it was section 376 of IPC and it was permanently removed in this new era. And what is nullity of marriage, and that we will see. Nullity of marriage, that is in India, marriage is a legal status and under different personal laws it was followed in India. That is as per the Hindu Marriage Act 1955 section 11, 12, 13. It deals with it. Then Muslim personal law, that is Sharia, it was from 1937. Then Indian Christian Marriage Act 1872 and Parsi Marriage and Divorce Act 1936 and Special Marriage Act 1954. The voidable marriage is annulled by the decree of nullity under section 12 of Hindu Marriage Act, that is from 1955. And grounds for voidable marriage are, that is in case of respondent is impotent, that is the consummation of marriage has not taken place, in case of incapacity to give valid consent or forced consent of parties or mental illness or person unfit for a procreation of a child, that is there is no procreation of the child. Then underage marriage, that is male below 21 years of age and female below 18 years of age, in that case also it is voidable. Then in case if the respondent was pregnant by some other person at the time of marriage, these are the all causes of grounds for voidable marriage. Then grounds for void or voidable marriage, other grounds are, that is in case of bigamy, that is the person having relationship with the other person after marriage. Then prohibited degree of relationship, that is related by the blood, that is with a sister or with other blood relationship. Then sapping the relationship, that is relationship extending to third generation in the line of ascent through mother or fifth generation of the father, that is also voidable. Then voidable marriage other causes are adultery, that is having a relationship with the other person after marriage, that is cruelty, that is the person is cruel with his wife, in that case also it is applicable. Then in case of desertion, that is abandoning of one spouse without a cause or consent or wish of other. And the presumption can only be refuted by a strong evidence. That evidence should be there that the parents does not have access to each other, then it can be called as a illegitimate child. The presumption, in this presumption, the place of burden of proof on the who contests the child's legitimacy. Suppose if a father has contested a child's legitimacy, then burden of proof is on the father, and if mother has challenged the legitimacy, then burden of proof is on the mother. That burden of proof is on the person who has challenged. And the presumption applies even if the marriage was dissolved within 280 days of the child's birth, as long as the mother remains unmarried. So, presumption can be refuted if it can be shown that the parents had no access to each other when the child could have been conceived. So, these 280 days are important, and this disputed paternity comes in this. Then, in case of rape, that all of you know that the definition of rape, it has been changed after the Delhi gang rape Nirbhaya case in 2013, and in this the potency certificate importance also has changed in these rape cases, because previously in such of IPC, but now it is section 63, 64, 65, 66 up to 71 of BNS, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. So a new section has been inserted in this, that is section 69. What is section 69? That is false promise of marriage, employment, promotion, or by suppressing the identity to take the consent of a woman for sexual intercourse. This section is introduced in this Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. In this, the fine is up to 10 years. That is imprisonment up to 10 years and fine is there. Then age-based parameter for differential punishment of a gang rape is removed in BNS. That is, previously age-based parameter was there and it is now removed. In this Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, the punishment is same for all. And now section 70, subsection 2 is inserted in this, that is life imprisonment or death penalty for gang rape under 18 years of age. Even if the person is below 18 years, previously below 18 years, the punishment was not there, but now below 18 years also, if gang rape is there, then death penalty is also there. Then assault or criminal force on a woman with intent to disrobe her or voyeurism were made gender neutral. Voyeurism is peeping from, observing a person naked without clothes. So it was made gender neutral in this section 76 and 77 of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. These changes have occurred recently in new Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita era. Then in this rate, medical evidence in sexual assault is important, but it is not only the evidence, because in rape cases other circumstantial or corroborative evidences are there. There is freedom and he should have a dignity, and just like a two-finger test done previously on victim, this two-finger test which was challenged and it was now removed. That is the question of virginity. This two-finger test was done previously, but it is not now done because the Supreme Court has given the judgment for this. Like this, the potency test also disrupt the privacy and dignity of the accused. In every case, why potency test should be done? If the circumstantial evidence or corroborative evidence is there, and if the person tells that he is a potent and he does not tell that he is a impotent, then why potency test should be done? It should be reviewed, because in every case, if we are doing the potency test, then it is a wastage of time, wastage of manpower, and recently in every case of criminal offense, that is in rape case, unnatural cases, this potency test was done. So it should be think, and potency test should be avoided in each and every case. Then this trends of subjecting every accused to potency test needs to be stopped by thinking about this. Then claims for damages in accident. Yes, sir. As per section 304A of Indian Penal Code, it was claims for damages in accident, but now it is a BNS 105. That is, by this the impotency which has occurred by the negligence, that is causing death by the negligence. It states that if a medical practitioner causes the death of another person by a rash or negligent act, that doesn't amount to the culpable homicide. In this, the new changes of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, the imprisonment has remained same, that is 2 years, and it is a cognizable and bailable offence and non-compoundable and tried by the magistrate of the first class. Then chemical castration, that is, it was first observed in Nirbhaya case. It involves the administration of the anti-androgen cyclosporine or contraceptive depo-provera or antipsychotic benoperidol. That is, patient tells that he is impotent and for reducing the erection of the penis, he takes all this. So, slowly. Thank you. So, Justice Verma Committee has set up in Billy Gangren case, rejected all these chemical castration. The famous cases that has come into the media, that is Asana Bambu case, Swami Nityananda case and Shaili Ahuja case. In this case also this potency certification was challenged, but court has laid down the judgment and the potency certificate's importance was taken in the judgment in this all cases. Then my suggestions in this potency certificate that if the accused is apprehended of committing a rape under section 63 to 70 of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, he should be exempted for undergoing potency test, because if he tells that he is a potent, then why to do this potency test? By circumstantial and probability evidence, we can tell that he is a potent and the rape has occurred. In the accused does not claim impotency, then there should be no reason to believe that he is impotent and he should be exempted. And if the accused claims to be impotent, only then he should be subjected to this test. And for doing this test, board of doctors should be constituted and like urologist, surgeon, radiologist, psychiatrist should be there. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Later we are running behind schedule. We can have only one question.
Thank you.
So this is important topic.
Thank you.
Right. Next speaker.
Very big topic, sir.
The next topic is regarding the
virginity. Regarding virginity. So one humorous statement made by Dr. Sinha yesterday. A major issue over a minor tissue. So regarding the virginity test, so our doctor will be talking about that. Dr. Amit Mudha will be doing that. Dr. Amit Mudha.
I had to stand by for Dr. Indrajit Khandekar. He has got a relapse of COVID because of some reasons. I don't know, but he requested that the show must go on and he has sent his PowerPoint to me. I am presenting, I am just passing on his thoughts. These are very big shoes to fill. Dr. Indrajit Khandekar has fought till Supreme Court to get this draconian virginity test banned. So please bear with me. I am no specialist or in these matters. Whatever are there, you can follow him. He is available online.
So Dr. Amit Mudha needs no introduction. He is organizing secretary and a great friend of mine since more than 15 years. And so,
sir,
going to
I humbly accept what you say. Thank you. This is what Dr. Indrajit Khandekar does. He is big time into supporting the criminal justice system, and he helps in the investigations of rape, assault, murder, accident, suicide, dowry. He has multiple PILs have been filed in Bombay High Court. Official trainer for the police department. He has trained around 15,000 police officials. So everybody pays to the police, but police pays to him. So that is his identity. These are his photographs. He has written books for police officers. Interacts with social works, etc. about sexuality, sex. He interacts with parents on sexual education to kids as a part of his. That's how we connected. Once I had gone to MGM Medical College as an examiner, and then we exchanged our ideas. And regarding virginity test, it includes basic aspects about virginity and why it is done, where this virginity test was used, problems in education on virginity, and what we did to correct the scenario. This is how we define virginity vis-a-vis marriage vis-a-vis society. So there are two components, aspects to virginity. One is in relation to marriage and another is with, again, the society. When virginity is uttered, what comes to our mind is that somebody has to be, they should not be indulging in sex till the time one marries. But in my understanding, even masturbation, self-masturbation, if the women indulges, that would also be like, that may not be a virgin thing. Male or female or both. And according to him and even me, both male, female, how society do these checks about virginity? First night, white bed sheet bleeding. There is one particular community, Kanjar Bhat Samajat, Uच्च शिक्षित कुटुंबाकडून वधूची कौमार्य चाचणी. So this was done and reported in 2019, widely reported in media. This is one particular community in Vidarbha who has a practice of testing the virginity of the women before post-marriage. First night, husband says spread the white bed sheet. Wife says why? Husband, to prove whether you are virgin or not. You had wife, you had so many girlfriends, you are not virgin. Husband says, I am a man. So these used to be a common thing around 20-30 years back, but now in urban areas at least there is acceptance that women are also sexual beings and they might be indulging in sex before marriage or post-marriage too. Other problems, globally, Morocco, the bride commits suicide after her virginity was questioned. A young bride committed suicide this past week. This was reported, and this came after the groom accused her of not being a virgin. Another important aspect to this, particularly common in the Arab world, Middle East, every time once the virginity is prior, I mean it is something which is desired in their culture, and if a lady marries second time or third time before marriage, they have this custom of doing hymenoplasty surgery. So there is high incidence of hymenoplasty surgeries in the Middle East. Sir, आपकी वीडियो बहुत अच्छी लगी है कि सर कैसे पता करें लड़की संभोग का कर चुकी है या नहीं. प्लीज सर, ठीक है, जल्द ही इस टॉपिक पर वीडियो बनाऊंगा. ओके ब्रो, व्हाटएवर, कैसे पता करें. सो दिस इज ऑलवेज the men indulge in sex, but they believe that the women shouldn't. So this is how it goes on. How many of us think about virginity of female? Young boys are more concerned with virginity of their partner. Lots of stories are running through online media, Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook, all these, Wikipedia, and also Twitter. Lots of questions are posted, and Dr. Indrajit Khandekar answers there. Who taught you that virginity is a precondition for marriage? That is how he counter questions where this virginity test was used by Indian courts and investigation agencies. So that Dr. Indrajit Khandekar fought till Supreme Court and got this test banned. Nullity of marriage, importance of the husband, as Dr. Sadanand Bisi has already covered. Rape cases by society on the first day of marriage. See bleeding, 400-year-old practice or maybe more, we don't know. Police asked the following question to doctors while sending the rape victim for medical examination: whether the rape victim is habitual to sexual intercourse or not. What happens in the court in rape cases? The opinion given by the doctor in the court is in regarding to the rape victim is of loose character or not. If she is of loose character, then they would consider that she was not raped. That used to happen. We have seen in Hindi cinemas also. ये तो उल्टा है, ऐसा है, बच्चलन है. All that scenes in Hindi में pictures, Bollywood pictures. What such malpractice or such practices imply? Is it really a trial of rape or is it a trial of character of the rape victim? So we have to question ourselves. In relation to virginity, society is mainly concerned with hymen, which is known as Kaumarya Patal in Marathi, and made a ridiculously big issue or a ridiculously small issue. How doctors examine a female to know about her virginity and give opinion? We are all know. We used to read about the per vaginal examination and two fingers were whether they were easily penetrated or not, and those sort of things. To examine a female for virginity, doctors use their medical knowledge, literature, existing practices. So what medical knowledge book taught us? So what medical knowledge, principal science of virginity, as mentioned in one of the medical legal books, forensic medicine, forensic medicine, and you can see in that right square box an intact hymen, normal condition of fourchette and posterior commissure, narrow vagina with rugose walls. Inspection of vagina for tears. Usually what we read in forensic is that tears are in either 3 o'clock position or the 9 o'clock position or the 6 o'clock position. So hymenal size opening, laxity of vaginal wall. So this is where it is. These signs of virginity are commonly referred to as virginity tests. Hymen admits, I think there are a few more slides. Hymen admits tip of the little finger, vagina narrow and tight. We all know this. So called signs of virginity taught in medical books: hymen injury, bleeding, hymen opening size, vaginal canal laxity, finger test. Do signs of virginity taught in textbook has any specific scientific validity? Lots of studies have proved that all these signs do not have any scientific basis. There is no scientific way to know whether a girl is virgin or not. This suggests that whatever has been taught to us has no scientific basis. What we did to stop such nonsense practices? Study report of 258 pages highlighting the pitiable and horrendous quality of medical examination of rape victims, which even when we were MBBS students, we did hear about these medical examinations of rape victims, and particularly in Mumbai, the bar girls, they were subjected to general examination, whether they were indulging in the so-called prostitution, and they might be indulging, but they were subjected to all these tests. Submitted to government and then High Court in the form of PIL in 2010. Government submitted a format guidelines to the court in mid-2010. It had a finger test in it. Court permitted us to challenge the government guidelines. Court directed the government to consider our suggestions. Thereafter, SEHA is one of the NGOs, joined the PIL as an intervener. On court's order, meeting was arranged. What happened in the meeting, whose finger we are talking of, and even the High Court has endorsed our views in 2011. This was all reported all over Maharashtra. Then Government of Maharashtra issued new rules on 10/5/2013. Then Dr. Indrajit and his team succeeded in convincing police department not to ask question whether the rape victim is habitual to sex. So they were quite invasive questioning. The virginity test ban chronology, Maharashtra government banned it on 10/5/13 in response to PIL in Bombay High Court. The Ministry of Family Health and Family Welfare, Government of India banned it on 19/3 to 2014. The Directorate of Health, ICMR, National Guidelines banned it on 4/12/2013. We were entrusted with the responsibility of drafting these guidelines. So virginity test ban chronology count, again WHO, UNHR, the WHO declared it unscientific in 2018. So they went up to WHO and banned it and called it as an elimination. What began in 2010 from a rural medical college in small town of Sevagram in Maharashtra eventually reached WHO. So, though it took about 7-8 years, the fight was worth for his team, even though the government banned it. Hence, a request was made in MCI MUHS in 2018 to remove it from syllabus. So, expert panel unanimously of the MUHS took a historic decision to remove science of virginity on 2019. So, now the no textbook is supposed to carry this. NMC decided to teach medical graduate about unscientific basis of science of virginity and explain to the courts the same in 2022. So the fight is continuing from 2010 to till now. So conclusion: virginity examination, form of gender discrimination, violation of human rights. No one has any right to know whether the person is virgin or not. Don't believe blindly on any literature. There is no rule of law that says common sense should be kept in cold storage about the things written in medical textbooks. You can follow him. He is a very renowned personality. Thank you. You can call the next speaker.
Thank you so much. Next, invite Dr. Paridosh Bagheri. He is a senior consultant physician in Fortis Elder Raheja Hospital. He has done MBBS from GMC and Sir JJ Hospital, Mumbai, MD from KEM Hospital, Mumbai, and DNB teacher. He is a D. And so I invite Sir to talk on the legal aspects about the gender. Gender identity disorder. Only, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, thank you to the organizers for inviting me for a talk. And my talk is going to be on gender identity disorder and the medical legal issues. Well, it's a very big topic to cover in 15 minutes, and it's a very complex topic. What I could read in this last 15-20 days while I was preparing for this topic, it is a very vast topic and it's very difficult to cover. So I'll rush through my slides. I've got a good number of slides. We will try to cover as many topics as we can. So the discussion about this gender identity and all that, why did this come? I mean, I had a word with Dr. Amit Mutha and me, and recently this thing happened in our, you would be knowing about this event of Olympics where in the boxing competition, there was a huge roar, a huge confusion about, and there was a bitter allegations about a person named Amani Khalif who fought in the category of females in boxing, and it was claimed that she is not a female and she is a trans woman, and hence she could not compete in the females category as a women. So here there was a big dispute about the gender. So the IBA president spoke that genetic testing shows that she's a man, whereas the IOC president told that although she would be having a genetic testing which shows like a man, but she's born and raised like a woman. And all the passports and everything tells her that she's a female. Finally, so this opened a big Pandora's box regarding the gender identity, and this is a term which has been very frequently heard nowadays. So the question which generally come to our mind is, what is gender? What is gender role? What are the gender identity? What is gender expression? What is sex, sexuality? What is the definition? Is there any definition, medical, legal, and how is it determined? Are they same? And what about, is there a concept of spectrum of all this, or it is binary like how we decide between male and female? And finally, the gender identity disorders and their problems. So, do the words man and woman refer to the sex of a person or to the gender? No, it is not the gender, it determines both. Man and woman as a terminology determines both the sex of a person as well as the gender of a person. I will tell you how it is. Well, what is a gender? Traditionally, it is considered as a binary concept. We divide between male and female. So WHO defines gender is what is characteristics of a woman, men, girls or boys, and that is socially constructed. So gender is a socially constructed concept where according to the norms, behaviors and the role associated in the society, you are considered to be belonging to a category of men or woman, girl or boy, and the relationship you can maintain in the society. That determines your gender. It is a social construct. What is the gender role? Gender role is what we expect, that if a person is a male, this is how he is supposed to behave, this is what his job should be. A female, this is what his job should be in the society. This gender role has been changing now. As compared to a male dominant society, we are having a society which is more balanced. The role which are played by females have also changed over a period of time. Traditionally, as we see, women are considered to be caregivers, whereas men are breadwinners and other, but this is changing now. And it has been found that, by the age of 2 or 3, our children are aware of their gender role. How are they supposed to behave? If they are a boy, if he's a boy, how he's supposed to behave? If he's a girl, how she's supposed to behave? What is she supposed to wear? And by the age of 4 and 5, they are firmly entrenched in the culturally appropriate gender roles, what they are assigned by the society. What is gender identity then? It is a psychological recognition of the self and the wish to be regarded by others as fitting into the social categories, like what I feel that I should be regarded as. That is gender identity of myself. It may belong to be male, it may belong to be a female, or it may be somewhere in between. So it is like a spectrum. Traditionally, we have divided the gender identities as male and female, but it is not so the case. What is gender expression? Again, it is how a person publicly expresses or presents their gender. That is what is called a gender expression, and it is the outward behavior or the appearance of a person by which you can determine what gender he is belonging to. That may not be necessarily according to the sex which is assigned at birth. So, what is sex? Sex of a person. Is there a definition of sex? Well, if you look at it, there is no definition of it. There is no universal definition of sex. We have no definition of sex. It is neither the law nor the medical profession has defined sex. Sex refers to the biological. When you look at the definition per se, in the dictionary, it is the biological characteristics that define the human as male, female, or intersex, and it is usually assigned at the birth by a medical professional, and it is indicated by the external anatomy of the genitalia, the presence or absence of gonads, and chromosomal analysis. And how do we determine sex? When we look at it, how can a sex be determined by any person? Well, it can be sex chromosomal constitution. You may be XX, XY, male, female, or you may be in a situation where it is neither XX nor XY, you are XXX or XYY or XXY. Klinefelter syndrome, Turner syndrome, all those things come into between which do not identify yourself as purely male or purely female. Gonadal sex, presence of gonads. Sex hormonal pattern can determine your sex. Internal sex organs, presence of internal sex organs, external genitalia, secondary sexual characteristics which one develops at the time of puberty can determine whether you are male, whether you are female. Sex of rearing, how a person has been brought up in the society will also determine what sex it is, and the assumed sex role in the psychological sex, which is the sex of the mind. That is the most important aspect. What is sexuality? Again, sex, gender, sexuality, they are not the same, they are different. The working definition by WHO is the entire, how a human being, encompasses his life, sex, gender identities, roles, sexual orientation, all those things as a composite is what is sexuality, and that is different from sex and gender. So are sex and gender same? No, they are not. Very clearly, they are different things. Sex and gender are often used interchangeably, but despite they having different meanings. Sex refers to the biological and the physical traits of a person, whereas gender is what one identifies himself. That is what is gender, and there is a big difference between them. So these are the main differences, as you can see, biological and physiological, whereas gender is social construct. Sex is determined by the gonads. Sex remains same regardless of time and culture. whereas the gender roles may differ according to the culture and the time, and sex has got created by the reproduction needs, whereas gender distinctions are created by social norms. Why am I talking this? Because the sex, age, sex, gender and sexuality is no more a binary in nature. It is a spectrum, and that spectrum is called the SOGI spectrum. That is sex, gender, sexuality, identity spectrum. Where research worldwide has indicated that the spectrum model more accurately represents the ways in which an individual's sex, gender, identity and expression, they do not always exist as opposite endpoint. There is a big spectrum in between, and they can exist in any combination. So what is this spectrum? The sex spectrum. So there is a sex spectrum where the sex is not constrained to the binary as male and female. So there is something called as an intersex person who was born with physical sex markers, but they are neither clearly male or female. These are people with ambiguous genitalia, where you cannot identify whether they are male or female. So again, at one end is the male, the other end is the female, and between is intersex, which are generally, we call them either as transgenders or eunuchs, or there's many terminologies. Next is the gender identity spectrum, where gender itself is considered to be as a spectrum where on one hand is the masculinity and another hand is the female gender, the male gender or the female gender, and in between is a big chunk of people who have a different, they do not identify themselves to be either male or female, or they are more towards male or more towards female, not completely male or female. So this middle range of spectrum is called as a transgender. It's a more general term. Those who do not identify with a gender generally associated with the sex they were assigned at birth. So you are assigned a sex at birth, not necessarily that you are of the same gender. Agender is a person who do not identify himself or herself with any of the gender, or queer, which we see gender queer, is those who feel they could be having different combinations. The gender expression, either masculine, so you may see a lot of males who are, who have those more femalish characteristics, or there could be females who have more of femalish characteristics, like those of facial hair, all those things, their behavior. So that, again, the gender expression can also be different. People can express themselves differently, either as a masculine expression or a feminine expression. Similarly, there is an orientation spectrum, which is about the sexuality, how is the orientation, and it depends on the sexual or the romantic orientation is towards a person of the same gender or sex, and this includes the gay, lesbian, the same gender loving people at one end, and the other end is the purely heterosexual end of it. So in summary, when we look at it, sex, gender and sexuality, it's a big spectrum, and that is where the term of LGBTQIAS+ has come, and this is what determines the various identities a person who can have, and these are mutually exclusive. So what is gender identity disorder? It's called a gender dysphoria syndrome. It is a feeling of incongruency between one's anatomical sex and gender, and it's the most extreme form of gender dysphoria. It was termed by American physician Harry Benjamin. It is what one feels that he is born into a wrong body with a wrong sex and is marked from desire from the earliest to be person of the opposite sex. It is a clinical definition where the belief is that one is of the opposite sex, dressing and behavior of the opposite gender, and perceiving oneself as a heterosexual, although the sexual partners are anatomically identical, and recognize for one's genitals and wish to transform them into a persistent desire. Just if you look at the numbers of the LGBT community, in 2011 the census was done, and in India's transgender population is reported to as 4.88 lakh, which is a huge number, and they say that is an underreported figure. So what are the medico-legal issues related to gender identity? Well, law has not served as a good barometer of social change. The issues which are associated with gender identity is a lack of legal definition of sex. Should the individuals be left to determine sex for themselves? What about the documentary changes one has to change? What about the criminal consideration of these people who identify themselves to have different sex? For example, I consider myself as a female, but if I commit a rape, then will I be charged as a male or as a female? What about the matrimonial consideration, reproductive rights and adoption? What about the wills and inheritance? And what about the sex reaffirmation surgery which a person undergoes and changes the sex from which is assigned at birth to something which is different from a male to a female or female to a male? So what about the legal definition? No definition of sex. The Indian Constitution uses the word sex and sex identity in Article 15 as the person cannot be discriminated on the basis of religion, sex, caste and everything. That is where the word sex comes. There is no word of gender in the Constitution, but we have several laws which are, which identify or which are as framed for a gender specific. Like for example, the various criminal laws, IPCs, CRPCs and all that. There is a term for man and woman, but unfortunately, the man and woman, there is no law which defines whether the man is a male or man is a female or woman is a female. So it is very ambiguous as of now. Until this case of NALSA, where the National Legal Services Authority versus Union of India in 2014 gave a landmark judgment which recognized this third gender and the right to self-determine the gender. So today, as you ask me, the Supreme Court has passed a law to determine the third gender. I'll finish in 2 minutes. So the issue was whether the recognition of only the binary genders of male and female under Indian law, it contradicted the constitutional rights of Article 14, 21, 15 and 19, and the Supreme Court held that recognizing only 2 gender identities violated the constitutional rights and the right to self-identify one's gender includes a third gender. But again here the question mark is when should one identify, whether one attains at the age of 18 years or whether a person can identify his gender earlier. Documentary identification, if I have changed myself, can I be converted from a male to a female? The Transgender Protection Rights Act 2019 clarifies it. A transgender person can be labeled pre-surgery after a proper documentation, and he can get his name changed once he is from a male to a female. Here, this is the affidavit which one can go, and this is the portal on which the person can apply for changing the documentation if he thinks that he is belonging to a transgender category or he identified himself from something different from the sex assigned at birth. What is the criminal consideration? Again, 377 of IPC, which was about consensuous intercourse between same-sex people, was unnatural and there was a punishment of 10 years. A big landmark judgment between Navtej Singh Johar versus Union of India partially struck down the section 377, decriminalizing same-sex relations between consenting adults, but it upheld the provisions of which same-sex in children or on animals. Again, right to marry. What are the matrimonial recommendations? Whether the bride, now there was a case where Arun Kumar, who was a man, married a trans woman, and whether they can be registered as a married, validity of marriage was there. So the court in this case of Arun Kumar versus Inspector General Registration in 2019 clearly stated the marriage solemnized between a male and a trans woman, both professing Hindu religion, was a valid marriage, and the expression bride in the Hindu Marriage Act cannot have a static meaning, and hence now a marriage between as a heterosexual between transgenders is permissible. The court also held that the sex reassignment surgery or the intersex genital mutilation of intersex children without the consent of the person cannot be done. Parental consent is not a consent for the child. One cannot be forced to undergo medical procedures only until unless it is a medical emergency or there is a medical cause for it. Similarly, there was a case in 2023 the Supreme Court rejected the plea for the queer person's right to marry in India. So transgender persons in heterosexual relationship have the right to marry, but same-sex couples do not have the right to marry. Last 2 slides. So what about the sex change as a ground for divorce? No, it is not considered as a ground of divorce. Only if it is misrepresented or there is a concealment, it could be a ground of divorce. Otherwise, same-sex marriage between transgenders is no ground for divorce. Effect on custodial rights, there is no effect on custodial rights. Transsexualism per se is not an evidence for unfitness of any parent, but as a couple, they are not allowed to adopt children. Employment, there were many cases in which a trans woman or trans woman has applied in Air India to join as a female crew member, but it was rejected and they went into the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court has provided clear-cut guidelines that nobody can be discriminated on the basis of gender. Sex reassignment surgery, again, Transgender Persons Act authorizes the reassignment surgery. Section 15 lays down clear-cut guidelines about who can do and when and how can it be done. This is the professional body which identifies and gives the criteria for surgery. The age of the consent for reassignment surgery is 18 years, and the consent for the procedure should safeguard the surgeon if the consent is considered to be valid after the age of 18 years. So in summary, gender identity disorder is a medically recognized condition with significant legal and social implications, and India has made strides in legal recognition, but challenges remain, and continued legal reforms and awareness campaigns and enhanced medical support are essential for improving lives. I'm sorry my slides were too much because the topic is huge. I could not cover completely.
Thank you so much, sir. Few questions maybe. So, because of time, so I would like to
interact with the speaker during the tea time. Now they are already running late. Now only brief 10 minutes tea. Get your tea and sit here. The oration will start now. Now this is the chief speaker. All the three speakers will be near the dais.
I invite all the speakers of the session on the dais, and I request the chairpersons to felicitate the speakers. Dr. Sadanand Visay, Dr. Amit Mutha, Dr. Paritesh Bages.
फोटो घे चल यश त्यांना मधी घे मधी हां हां का मी कोड फाटेल राहतो शिलाबन कॉलनी कोड फाटाचं ब्रिज आहे पोलीस चौकीच्या ऑपोजिट साईडचं जे बोर्ड दांडेला त्याच्या ऑपोजिट आपण
I request Dr. T.S.S. Rao sir to please felicitate the chairpersons. Thank you all the speakers and all the chairpersons for this wonderful session.
आज का कॉन्फ्रेंस होने के बाद
We are going to start most important oration.
Excuse me, I have to make a small announcement. Today I heard through Dr. Mutha that there has been some misunderstanding about the Zapurza trip being cancelled. It is not cancelled, it is on. The buses will be here at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Whoever is ready, please come to the bus. The bus will leave at 8:15. If you are too late, the buses will go. You will have to come by taxi. It is not very far, but then you will have to book a taxi for yourself. Secondly, after the Zapurza trip is, after the Zapurza session is over at about 1:30, we'll be having lunch over there, and then you can move around and see the museum. You are going to be able to see the museum over there, and the buses will start leaving as soon as the buses get full. Supposing one bus gets of 35 seats gets full at 3 o'clock, it will leave at 3 o'clock. If the second bus gets full at 4 o'clock, it will leave at 4 o'clock. People can stay there up to 5 o'clock in the evening. The last bus will leave as soon as the last person boards the bus. So we will come back according to the time, and we will be giving you time over there. So it is a beautiful place. It's by the lakeside of Kadapasa. It's very green and it's really wonderful. So I would ask you to stay as much as possible. And those people who want to catch flights early will take their own vehicles. They can check out today, take their luggage, take their own taxis, book on your own. They will take you there, and then after they'll charge about 2,000 or 3,000 rupees if you can club, and then accordingly you can leave from Jaipurza as per your flight time. Okay? So please don't ask me these questions too many times on the road because I will not be able to answer. Secondly, the trip is on. Please come. Those who feel that it is cancelled, it's cancelled for them, not for us. Okay? Yeah. About the breakfast, please have breakfast in your own hotel, wherever you are staying. Do not have here because there will be no breakfast here for everybody. You will be given coffee at Zapurza. And those people who are staying here will be given a light breakfast of sandwiches. So who are resident of PYC, they will be given sandwiches, maybe a cake and some coffee. So that is the plan for tomorrow early morning. Right? Thank you.
All the members, fellows of CSEPI will attend here in the same hall for AGM at 5 o'clock. All the members and fellows only, not all the delegates. It is all the members and fellows of CSEPI will assemble here in this hall at 5 o'clock for AGM. Over, please.
Now we are moving to the session of oration, that is Avavai Vadia oration. For this, I would like to invite the chairperson for this session, Professor Dr. D. Narayan Reddy sir and Dr. Raj Brahmbhatt sir. I request both of them, please be on the dais. For this oration, we have got the esteemed faculty, Professor Dr. Jasteshwar Budhe sir. I welcome Dr. Reddy sir, Dr. Brahmbhatt sir. Everyone knows about these legends. There is actually no need of introduction. Dr. Reddy sir is a consultant sexual medicine at Apollo Hospital, Chennai. Raj Brahmbhatt sir is the director, Kama Institute of Sexual Studies. I request respected chairpersons to invite and introduce the speaker, Dr. Jasteshwar Budhe. Thank you.
Yes, sir, start now. Ready, sir? Brahmbhatt, sir. Sir. Please start. Invite him. Invite the speaker.
Delegates, please come to the hall. We'll be starting the oration. Ankur, push everybody inside the hall.
Sir, I will give the instructions. All tea, coffee and all the stalls to stop their work. Do not attend any delegate.
Friends, may I have the privilege of inviting Professor Datyeswar Bhavata to come and deliver his oration. And it's our privilege, myself and Dr. Raj Bambat, to first honor him with a shawl and the pagdi.
Please give a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon, I say. That's very good. And I have a very pleasant duty, sir, to introduce our Bhai. I can say for 2 days I can speak on her. She was born in Sri Lanka. At the age of 15, she went to UK to learn legal things, and she became the youngest and the first Bharatlo person of Sri Lanka. She got married to the Wadia family, and they were from Gujarat shipbuilders. They had built around 300 ships, and one of the Trincomalee, since last 10 years it was there in the British naval fleet, and now it has been turned into a museum. Now, interestingly, Datta sir, the most important part, that today is a historical moment. Abai Vadia, she lived up to 91 years. She was responsible person who started the ball rolling about the sexuality education. In Pune, same city, 1974, 51 years back, first Tomorrow's Parents Today, it was organized. And from there the sexology started. And Dr. Vatsa was his blue-eyed boy. And he later on continued and started in Family Planning Association of Sexuality Education Council, Research, Therapy and Training. And after Dr. Vatsa left, then I became. So we have a very good, and last year I was given Avabai Vadia Oration. And she was a legend. As I said, she died at the 91, but till 91, she was so fit. And every time at airport, I remember her. Planes are late. Whether somebody will come to pick me up or not. Mobile phones were not there. She used to travel internationally. And after 4, 5 hours waiting at some airport, once she landed in a very big international conference. And the moment she entered over there, they said the person who was to talk is not come and you will be the chief guest. And she has a memory which was, you can't imagine, 1, 2, 3, with same chronological order. And she was a legend. I have worked with her for 15 years. What you see over here, every time nice sari, nice brows, smiling face. And after Vatsa, when I was invited to be in charge of SECRT, she said in Gujarati, I started taking out my certificate. અરે દીકરા મૂકી દે મને ખબર છે 100 નહીં તું 110% કામ કરશે. And that's what. And I'm very happy that it has gone to a righteous person. Please give a big round of applause to Professor Datta. And today, I said it's a historical moment. Narayan is there. Datteshwar is there, Dattaishwar, and Brahma is there.
Friends, it's my proud privilege to introduce today's orator, Professor Dr. Datteshwar Hota. He is from Odisha, Cuttack. Datteshwar Hota is a urologist, andrologist and transplant surgeon. He is a member of the National Medical Commission, which has been newly set up over the Medical Council of India, and is currently the chairman, Andrology Section, Urological Society of India. Dr. Hota, the founder, vice chancellor of Odisha University of Health Sciences. He was ex-dean and principal of SEPI Medical College and Hospital at Cuttack, and is a post-grad committee member of Medical Council of India. He was a past chairman, Migration Committee, Medical Council of India, and is a governing council member of Urological Society of India. And he is also chairman, Andrology Section of Urological Society of India. And most important, is a member of Board of Studies in more than a dozen universities in India. Dr. Hota received the prestigious coveted B.C. Roy Award in the year 2011-17 and Professor B.P. Mishra Award for Social Contribution in the year 2017 and President's Gold Medal of Urological Society of India in the year 2020. Dr. Hota is responsible for starting the Master of Chirurgy course in Urology in the Department of Urology in Odisha in the year 2009. He started a kidney transplant program for the first time in any government hospital in Odisha for the poor patients in the March 2012. He is the first person to start a pineal prosthesis and microsurgery in eastern India in the year 1996. And he established the first andrology clinic in government hospitals in Odisha. And he has more than 3 decades of teaching experience in urology, and he has published more than 40 publications both in the national and international journals. Friends, I am happy that Professor Datteshwar Hota has been kind and generous to offer to host our 2025 midterm conference at Pune on 8th and 9th, that is second Saturday and Sunday of March 2025. The attractions is offering us half-a-day trip to Kona, the World Heritage UNESCO site, and half-a-day trip to Chilika Lake, apart from giving you Mahaprasad of Puri Jagannath Swami. And that is Dr. Datteshwar Hota. May I request Dr. Brahma to join me in honoring with our medal.
Say Jai Jagannath.
अभी लग रहा है सर ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Datteshwar Hota.
और इतना फोटो तो हमारे तीनों की शादी में भी नहीं
Thank you. Well, good morning to everyone. We hear Dr. Dega, Dr. Brahmagat, Dr. Rao, my good friend, the chairman of the SEPI, Dr. Venkatramana, all my dear friends. I know that experts, luminaries, stalwarts are before me, I have been honored with this. This is a very privileged and proud moment for me. Then I have been honored with the Abhabai Body Oration. I owe to my heartfelt thanks, my gratitude to CSCTI for giving me this opportunity. I have spoken in many forums, but this forum is very special to me. All along I have been thinking I'm an andrologist. I take care of erections of people who are not having that erection properly. But sexology, in fact, I came in contact with Dr. Dega. In 2015 we had a meetup in Pune itself, and I had requested all to come, and that inspired me to know beyond andrology. Now, andrology, I am a biased person as regards the sexology is concerned, because for us, sex is only penile penetration. But sex is much beyond that. I am really grateful to both of my chairpersons, revered chairpersons. I feel again honored and privileged that I am succeeding Dr. Brahmavat in getting this oration. Well, nice word has been said about me. We are going to speak about this legendary personality. You know, in early 20th century, the way her vision was, she was good thinking and working way ahead of her time. Way ahead. What we are visualizing now, she has visualized it that time. I don't go into detail, Dr. Brahma already told that. But what I can say, she was the founder of Family Planning Association of India. I think you took over the mantle.
International Planned Parenthood Federation
Yeah.
was born here.
Yeah, that is 53. So, you know, FPAI, you are so involved and so, you know, associated with that from the beginning. You are a figure in the country from that point of view. I am not going into detail. She was a brilliant, forceful and passionate speaker, and she presented her work, her vision to almost all national and international platforms. Government of India had recognized her pioneer work, conferred Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan. See, at that time, and which year? 1981. 71 and 81, in the gap of 10 years, she was conferred both Padma Shri as well as Padma Bhushan. She was also a prolific writer. The book, Life is Ours, is a visionary book. I think I have read some part of it, not much. Captures the life and times impact of her work on the national and world communities. Now this I think I will definitely say that I also try to know from the book. She passed away 11 July 2005 at the age of 93 years. And she was fit till her death. She left behind a huge sum of philanthropic activity. Coming to my subject that I have been assigned, sexual medicine in digital era. At the beginning I must confess that I am not the most knowledgeable person on this, but I'll try to explore whatever best I can as I sail through. What is digital? Now let's know what is digitization versus digitalization. You know, we use very often that digital era, digitization and digitalization. So I was confused when I took over as Vice Chancellor. We thought we'll make our university totally digitalized. So then I thought, let me know what are the concept of digitization and digitalization. Digitization refers to the process of converting analog data into a digital format. Whatever we have analog data, converting it to the digital platform. And digitalization involves the integration of digital technology into the business operation to optimize process, enhance customer experiences, and drive innovation. Now, we all know that these are the 7 dimensions of sexuality: biological, physiological, affective and relational, socio-cultural, moral, spiritual and religious, and ethical and legal. As a sexologist or the physician involved with sexual medicine practice, we have to bear this thing in mind all along. The 5 P's of human sexuality, it is a Bible for all sexual medicine personnel: partners, practices, protection from STIs, prevention, past history of STI prevention and pregnancy retention. All of you agree that we came to this digital era, even though the digital era started in early 60s or early 70s, we came to know about digital era only in 2019 because we never had an interface at any point of time for a couple of years. We are all devastated. During that time, even we are not able to meet our friends. We are afraid to be near our partner. And there was guidelines. At that time, there was a, digitalization really exploded. So we exploded in such a way that we all became familiar with all the digital media. All meetings, all conferences, most of the association conferences were organized by digital platform. Even Sexology, I had attended a conference on Sexology, international conference on digital platform. And my friend, he from Singapore, he was describing how to go for digital sex. So all these things we came to know only because of the good or bad effect. The bad effect we all know, we lost a lot of our friends, relatives, and so many. It was devastating time. But a boon for the digital platform of that time, and the humanity realized that there did not be any human interface for interacting. So that was the real change that took place during the COVID pandemic. That's the reason I thought I put this as a slide to just give an impression. COVID made the difference of application of digital things. That is what I wanted to say. The challenges make clear the importance of leveraging technology and digital tools to guarantee the continued provision of sexual right to health. And the use of digital solutions started as a temporary solution to the crisis, but has had positive impact and could become more permanent with the support of international donors. Civil society organizations finding ways to continue delivering the sexual right to health and reproductive sexual right to health and reproduction. Here, when face-to-face consultations are harder and not possible, that is what the present situation. For instance, IPPF member association in Burundi and Central African Republic offering CSE through social media, WhatsApp, Skype, or other virtual channels, as well as home doorstep delivery of SRH products like contraceptive and pregnancy test kits. Likewise, APS Sri Lanka has launched a hotline called Happy Life to give SRH advice and to provide psychological and social support to clients throughout this period. So COVID made the transformation. Now coming to our sexuality and sexual health part is concerned. Whole sexuality, this is a new term that has evolved. Now the sexually explicit conversation takes place between two or more persons by telephone, especially when at least one of the participants either masturbate or engages in sexual fantasy. Now, what are the things that has evolved as regards the digital media is concerned? But before I cross it further, I would like to also put a point or rider that we have two types of doctors, a quack doctor and a doctor's quack. So, this also has to be borne in mind. Not only the digital media are boom, also they have a lot of challenges and problems. Now, we have come across several advertisements since we started our practice long back. We have seen a lot of advertisements. This is just the advertisement. This is one of the advertisements where one of the doctors in one of the metro city. What to speak of? Now, whether it is the new term has come, the doctor's quack. So that is what we have to keep in mind. Sex has two functions, basically for procreation and for recreation. Sattvic sex, what has been followed for centuries and centuries in our country, for the purpose of procreation, you can have everything, samarpana, saru, praying, viswas, asta, shraddha. All these things are the sattvic sex. Whereas, in 4th century or maybe early part of 5th century, Russia and in a holy place like Varanasi or Kashi, he had developed few of the positions for the royalty, and this is acclaimed worldwide. Now it has become a tamastic right now. I think you are all aware. Nowadays marriage are solemnized everywhere, excepting underground. They are not going underground, inside the water, in the sky, you name anything, in the sea, in the train, in the flight, they are having charter flight, they are having solemnized air. So similarly, the sex has taken that place. This is one of the depictions, parachuting from a aeroplane, and they are there engaged in the romantic mood, engaged in their activity. Now, what has been debated, discussed, many of the speakers have already spoken about it, pornography. Pornography per se, good or bad, the debate continues not now, it will continue for eternity. We cannot stop the debate, we cannot have any agreement on that. But even if we disagree, this is ubiquitous, universal and accepted by everyone in privacy. So, range of pornography content is only a click away and mostly free. In 2018, Pornhub received 33.5 billion visits. What does it mean? 92 million daily average visits. And what was the year? 2018. We are in 24. So imagine the visit. UK study of children aged between 11 to 16 years report that 28% of 11 to 14 years and 65% of 15 to 16 years old have reviewed pornography online. This is study in UK. In our country, no official validation, but survey reveals it is rampant, more so in younger generation. Now, research on the effect of pornography in developed countries is still rare. Available studies have found that pornography is ubiquitous and creates unrealistic ideas about sex. Both boys and girls said they consume pornography to get ideas of new sexual styles and positions, to explore and release sexual feelings, and to bond. This was a study in Ethiopia and Uganda. Boys might be more active in seeking SEM and porn. Girls are also aware of it, especially through mobile phones, as well as internet cafes, video shops and video halls. Now, pornography was existing if we little bit extend the term to the ancient and medieval era also. Now, when you come to ancient era, I belong to Odisha. Konark is a beautiful epitome of different sexual position. The only difference you can mark, there was polygamy. There was never polyandry. Whatever depictions you will say, you will only find polygamy. And this is what I found out, largely biased towards negative aspect of porn. Whatever research has been done, they propose a more realistic approach, blurring the boundaries of public health and sex education by making porn that both includes safer sex and challenges the restrictive, violent, racist and sexist script currently portrayed. That is why I put the point. People ask, why should there be nudity when you enter the sanctum sanctorum? I think I leave this as a food for thought of all of you. Why should it? What I have understood, before you enter inside the sanctum sanctorum, this is the highest pleasure that you have as a physical being before entering. After you enter, you get sublime. These things are thrown away. The highest pleasure is this. Beyond this, the sublime pleasure. So, rather than seeking to ban porn, public health should focus on reforming it, aiming to show wider ranges of sexual identity and types of relationships. Now coming to, I think my previous speaker has spoken beautifully about shogi, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. That is shogi. So, gender dysphoria, a concept designated in the DSM-5 TR as clinically significant distress or impairment related to gender incongruence, which may include desire to change primary and or secondary sex characteristics. This is coming up in a big way in this digital era. If ignored, may become anxious, depressed, and in many cases even they may commit suicide. Now this is the example of male to female to male. The requests and demands are becoming more and more. These are the symptoms. I am not going into it. Digital era is going to have more and more number of requests for gender reassignment surgery. Now people are, because of the digital platform, they get a platform to express about their identity, sexual identity. So these things are likely to come more and more. Now, sexting has come very, very widely since the digital era. Sexting is a type of cyber sex, which is any sexual activity that uses the internet. Sexting is the act of sending or receiving sexually explicit content like photos, videos, or text via the internet or mobile phone. Cyber sex can also include other activities like watching a couple perform sex acts on webcam, exchanging sexual messages in online forum, sending each other sexually explicit messages without having sex, describing a sexual experience. Now, here I would like to mention about one of the problems that we have encountered in state. Colleague, a male and a female, by mistake, the male while sending to his friend went to a woman colleague of hers. You know, this by mistake, and the aftermath was devastating for this man. So be careful, and we should propagate this, that if you are sending, you should be sending to a consenting friend or anybody, a partner, it should be consent is mandatory. Digitalization and sexual and reproductive health rights can strengthen more and more. Now this SR, sexual right to health and reproduction, is a primary, as per WHO, primary right of the individual. Now this offers amazing opportunity for health and empowerment around the world, but ensuring equitable participation in the internet is throws up many challenges, and the stakes are highest in vulnerable and underserved communities, particularly for women and girls. Why sexual health is important in this digital era? I request I should be reminded 5 minutes before so I can conclude. Yeah. So that is what I like. Turn It On is a mission. You know, Turn It On Sexuality Digital World 2021. It is a mission that has started. Better time to have in conversation about sexual health. And all of us know what is the definition of sexual health. State of physical, emotional, mental and social well-being related to sexuality. It is not merely the absence of infirmity or disease or dysfunction. So you have to take everything. This is a very idealistic definition. Almost 4.3 billion people globally would have inadequate sexual and reproductive health services over the course of their life. This is Gottmaster Lancet Commission in 2018, which reported, and this is in 18. So now I think magnitude is much more. Why sexual health is so important? In today's world, the internet is an essential source of information on sexual health. The flip side of the digital era is that it has led to the emergence of cyberbullies. We should be very careful about it. While there is freedom of expression, it does not allow for infringement of the rights of others. WHO sexual requires positive and respectful approach. It has to be positive as well as respectful approach to sexuality and sexual relationship, as well as the possibility of having pleasurable and safe sexual experience free of coercion, discrimination and violence. Why sexual? Again, important in this digital era. The expression "Turn It On" is called for action for the need to use the internet to promote good sexual health and to ignite open and comprehensive conversation related to sexual health and sexual life in the online platforms, in online spaces. So Turn It On is a mission. This is globally acclaimed, globally followed. What are the potential harms and considerations when being online? We have to keep all these things in mind. The three things, 3 C's: contact, conduct and contain. The contact, online sexual grooming, online sexual abuse and exploitation, whereas the conduct, discrimination and cyberbullying,
non-consensual sharing of sex. I gave an example here also. Revenge porn. And finally contain unwelcome exposure to sexually explicit content, inappropriate or harmful content, example, violent pornography and misinformation. These are the description of how what can account for a conduct and content where there can be harm. Now, in this region, I think this is a study, this mention about despite the challenges and concerns, these are challenges, despite these challenges and concerns, digital platforms present an important opportunity for better understanding and address young people of the sexual health and sexual right. Now, this is a very interesting story. Joya Ali, I think you go to the net, you will find out. This is the most importantly yesterday also was discussed. Now, she is a scientist and researcher in UK, based in UK. She utilized the digital platform for the benefit for the women's sex, women's sexuality. But she developed chatbot and she was consciously trying to divulge that misinformation has to be handled. Misinformation and lack of awareness surrounding female reproductive health continues to persist worldwide. Joali, a research scientist working in India, is on a mission to dismantle taboos surrounding discussion about female health and promote access to reliable information. And he is trying her level best to bridge the gap. In addition to our and research, Joali in UK runs a popular Instagram page called Uteropedia. This dedicated to the reproductive health and sex education, and mostly for the female. Digitization has made a lot easier to track things and see patterns, he says. On some platforms, doctors can refine the analysis and provide personalized recommendation without ever seeing the patient in person. It is important to remember that chatbot cannot replace healthcare professionals. He said yesterday what I was telling, whether you have AI or you have all digital, but human touch cannot be replaced. It can supplement, but it cannot be replaced. Users and opportunity of digital media in relation to sexual and reproductive health. How do you young people use digital media for SRH? Now, creating, sharing and accessing SRH information, exploring sexual norms and identity, building communities and accessing SRH support, forming and exploring intimate relationship. These are the benefits. I have already mentioned about the heart. These are the different ways how they can do it. Forming and exploring intimate relationship, experimenting with relationship within a safe environment is a normal part of adolescent development, like other practices such as dating or petting. Sexting can be part of normal sexual behavior. For many young people, sexting may be the fast expression of their sexuality during adolescence. This is particularly true for young people with diverse yogi, for whom sexting may allow private expression of sexuality and intimacy. Sexting also has the potential to be beneficial as a way of sustaining intimate relationship and is often conducted in the context of a romantic relationship to demonstrate love, trust and commitment. In this way, consensual sexting can have a positive role when done in a safe and mutually respectable context. Now, internet virtual sex, I think many people know what is a virtual sex, and COVID has taught us how to utilize the internet for virtual sex. Contents and pornography, 420 million pornography website and 28 million users view pornography industry of a $97 billion per year. Different definitions. Explicit sexual content. Internet sexuality surveys of 681 adolescents 12 to 20 years of age in Czechoslovakia, 16% of the men, 15% women engage in virtual sex activities. Researchers postulate that they are involved in virtual sex to gain knowledge, and although it may be seen as undesirable, that is superficial, impersonal or not natural, adolescents explore to gain knowledge and experience, and risks that do not reveal the identity. So that is the best part of it. The selling and distribution, this is very important landmark now. Our country has shown, our Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court has shown that what is the meaning for a child abuse and the child pornography. So that yesterday, that is, I was asking a question to one of the speakers. Now it is not pedophilia, even there is infantophilia. Even infants are not also saved from that. The selling and distribution of pornographic material illegally in India under section 292 of IPC. Now I will go to the our other one. The distribution, sale or circulation of obscene materials and the selling of pornographic content to any person under age of 20 years are illegal under section 293 of IT Act 67B. 293 IPC and IT Act 67B. I am a little bit elaborate. Bharatiya Nyaya Sanghita, I think we'll go to that also. The qualification of such act as legal, illegal or punishable is determined by the circumstances and conditions laid down under the following statute. Under 290 of the IPC 1866, 60 and section 294 of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanghita 2024. So now it is 294, it was previously 292. Information Technology Act 2000, Protection of Children from Sexual Offences, that is POCSO Act 2012, Indecent Deprivation of Women Prohibition Act in 1986. Supreme Court holds the viewing, storing and possessing child pornography is punishable under POCSO Act. Now it has recommended to modify that also. Section 15(1) of the POCSO Act and section 67(b) of the IT Act. And this is a landmark judgment, possibly we are the first country to have such a judgment. However, while these laws provide the qualifying circumstances and conditions to attract punishment, they do not clearly and specifically provide the definition of pornography or obscenity. The definition is still lacking. I think our CSCP can also volunteer to give a definition. This creates confusion while deciding if the actions of a person such as possession, production or circulation of porn are punishable, since every pornographic material does not qualify as obscene and therefore attracts different or often no punishment. The two words have subjective meanings which have evolved over the time with the evolution of the society and change of mindset. In addition, there is also question of interpretation of the term sexually explicit. There may be intrapersonal variation as regards the analysis is concerned, which influences the punishment, the actions of a person. If you remember in 2024, whatever judgment or Honorable Supreme Court has given was set, the High Court order of Chennai was set aside, and this judgment has come. Now, such education in digital area, this is a beautiful platform, and this is a boon for the digital use of digital media. Much of the research on sexuality is digitalized, moralistic and slanted. For practitioners and academics working on sexual and reproductive health, youth and digital development issues, learning more about sex education in the digital era is a major challenge. Sex, now I come to my last one or two slides. Sex, what is the role of state and social media? You know, state is not giving much of importance to this aspect. Media, unfortunately, I have to say, there is misinformation propagating very much to the media. No, there is no view which is a very considered view. Mostly sex education provided by NGO. State is not owning sex education. I will also add here that when we were students in medical college, neither in the MBBS, nor in our post-graduation, nor even in our super specialization, there is a formal teaching and training on sex. Even doctors in Odisha have made a survey about the sex, andrology and related matter. Unfortunately, I surveyed among the urologists. In the Campbell textbook of urology, we have two chapters. One is erectile dysfunction, other is infertility. And during our MCS course, we never read because no question comes on that. So even at being a urologist, I have to go at training to know about andrology. Think about the miserable state of affairs for postgraduate and undergraduate. So often in partnership with commercial partners such as mobile phone companies, Argentina is the only state. The state is involved in successful digital sex education websites. Even the state cannot circumvent the restriction and censorship imposed by these commercial social media companies. Censorship on nudity on Facebook doesn't restrict public health efforts. Gender inequality, social exclusion and possibility of harassment exist in the digital environment just as they do not do in the offline one. So this is really a difficult situation. So I think the takeaway points, I conclude by saying the takeaway points of the oration: sexual health website geared toward urban youth for caller are few and hard to locate. Youth want a safe space where they can ask questions without judgment. Expand the frameworks and messages to teach youth how to think critically about norms of gender and sexuality. Pornography, everything is in mind. The same pornography can be abusive, the same pornography can be constructive as well. Now, pornography should be safe and realistic, everything in the mind. State administration should use the digital platform sexual right to health information. Cyberbullying should be made a strict cognizable offense with first disposal in the court. First disposal in the court. It should not take 10 years. States should bring appropriate laws and enforcement of SRS in digital platform. Now I have a question before I complete to all my audience, to my chairman, they will answer it well. One of my friends asked me in one of the meetings, we are all senior citizens. How old is true word for sex?
Never two words. 90.
Anyway, you debate among yourself, I give the food for thought. But what my feeling is that, my feeling, it is the last breath. I go beyond. Harry in the coffin, this is the state. Not in the last breath. Thank you so much. Thank you, chairpersons, all the SEPI officials, my friends and colleagues. I really thank you all for giving me this opportunity. I think I am requested to insist the Supreme Court called for the need to have sex education programs in schools in an effort to mitigate the menace of child pornography. This is a judgment of the Supreme Court. Again, thanks to all. This case is used to our chairperson.
Supreme Court is also given judgment in favor. Now, I have a message to announce. All of you, let's wait for 2 minutes. Can I request all the delegates to be here for 2 minutes? Dr. Butta is there in the audience? Dr. Butta has taken a lot of pains individually from his purse. He has given this for all the speakers, chairpersons of the country. He deserves a big hand. Hello, friends. We cannot allow Dr. Hota to go like this. Dr. Hota, this letter. Now break for lunch. Friends, now before Dr. Hota and we go, I would like to present on behalf of everybody a book. Dr. Hota, this is Therapy of Common Sexual Problems, a handbook. It was edited by me in 1978 and there were 44 contributors. And Dr. Narayan Reddy, please come here. One of the associate members, Dr. T.S.S. Rao. Dr. T.S.S. Rao, please come. This particular book was published over there.
मला काय करायचं सांगा
Dedicated to none other than Dr. Awabai Badia. And the most important over here, like that.
मी हे बंद करणार
Dear Dr. Professor Jai Jagannath,
बट ठीक आहे कॉल कर
now it is your turn to carry the baton. Go forward and spread the message of sexuality awareness to all parts of the country. 23 September 2024 today, Dr. Raj Bhagavan.
आता ते मधलं 770 होते
Sir, I all request all our esteemed member of CSCTA, please join us at Pune on 8th and 9th of March. We are having a mid-term SEXCON.